Hey, Mr. Lee, how are you? Hey, Mr. Lee, how are you? I saw you for a brief second.
Good. How are you?
Good. Audio and video. There you are. All good. All
All
right.
right.
Thanks.
In a few minutes.
Yep.
That's great.
Good morning. How are we all doing? I hope we are well. See, we have someone new today. Hello there.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst. My name is Brian McMath. I'm with the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gedko, we anticipate that he will be on shortly, but I wanted to make sure that someone was here from the office in case you had any questions or there were matters that we needed to deal with, but I would anticipate that Mr. Gedko will be here directly.
Okay, very well. I appreciate that. We are getting ready to begin the second day of our hearing. Does anyone have anything procedural that we need to deal with before we resume Mr. Bullard's testimony? And again, I just remind everyone that we are live streaming our hearing here today. The only new I guess new thing that I will report when we go on to the record here in 5 minutes will be an email from Ms. Beatles indicating and requesting that she be excused for portions of the hearing. And that's the only procedural item that I have.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Mr. Dome.
Yes, Madam, I just want to do a radio check. We have a new speaker that maybe you can hear more clearly what we say on this end. So just want to make sure that that's working properly.
Oh, yeah, you sound a little echoey.
Well, that's not, maybe the new speaker's not working.
Well, I mean, I could understand you yesterday, Especially when you had the witness be the front and center person.
Yes.
You know, I could hear better. I could still hear them when the view was the long range view, like when the person, you know, was at the end of the table. You know, it was it's the eyesight that's going, not so much the hearing.
Hey, Mr. Dome, real quickly, when you have, I mean, just to make sure, I know this has happened to me before with my setup here in my office, on the microphone button on Zoom, on the Zoom controls, you make sure you have select a mic, and you select the mic that's the one you want selected. Just make sure it's the one you intend to use, because, you know, oftentimes computers come built in with their own mics. So you have to make sure the one is chosen.
Okay, I'm gonna have somebody
It'll show up as Chopper.
other than me look at this because
Yeah, there should be like a little caret next to the mute button, and then select a mic.
so that's the one that we have selected. So if there's an echo, I can go back to the setup yesterday if that's better, but I'm
No, I
just,
think this one's a little bit better, actually. I think
Okay,
it might
all right.
just be the room is kind of tight, and then the
Yep.
sound just bounces, you know?
Tom, why don't you try it, Tom, and talk a little bit and see, recite the Pledge of Allegiance or the New Mexico pledge.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Bullard. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I think it's clearer, personally. I mean,
Okay.
I was having some trouble yesterday. It was a little garbled, but that what I've heard so far sounds a little better.
Good. All right, then we'll go with this. And if you guys have a problem, please let us know and we'll work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing
Any-
examiner.
Mr. Black, anything
morning.
procedural to talk about before we go on the record?
Yes, I needed to provide the hearing examiners an update. Staff witness Georgette O. Ramey did receive verification from the First Judicial District Court that she is available this entire week.
Oh, excellent. Little selfish on our part, but I realize jury service is very important, but we did have a few questions of Ms. Ramey, so that's good news. Thank you, Mr. Black. Hello there, Mr. Gedko.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
How are you?
I'm very glad I'm here. I got myself into a very sketchy situation and spent a night with no gear in the rain, under 40 degrees up in the mountains, and then had to hike about 30 miles to figure a way out, and just made a couple of bad decisions that left me in a really precarious situation.
Well, I'm very happy you're here too. and glad that you had the stamina and the persistence to rescue yourself. That's just awesome. So,
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I will echo our gratefulness that Mr. Gedko is okay. And now that this hearing is in more qualified hands, I'll gladly sign off with your permission.
very well. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
All right, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
And again, Mr. Gedko, just to give you the recap of yesterday, essentially, I just went over the stipulation agreement, terms and conditions that we had discussed on Friday. And we admitted the 3 witnesses that we had indicated we didn't have questions for. So that would gas company witness, Avalon, Dr. Khan, also NEE witness, Dr. Jacobson, Ms. Nanasi asked to be excused entirely from the proceeding. That was granted. And we began the witness testimony with Mr. O'Connell, WRA witness, Mr. O'Connell. Then we heard from Los Alamos County witness, Mr. Garcia. Then we heard from gas company witness Shell. And then we heard from gas company witness Yardley. And we began questions for gas company witness Bullard. And so our plan is to proceed. We had one public commenter of the 9 that had signed up, and who could be characterized her comment as not in favor of a rate hike. And let's see. The way I think we're operating at this point is to continue on through the gas company witnesses. We were notified that FEA witness O'Donnell can testify for a limited period today or anytime tomorrow. So we'll try to accommodate that. Oh, and we did also stipulate in staff witness Martinez testimony. And as I indicated, after consideration with hearing examiner Ryan, at least at this point, we didn't believe that another staff witness needed to adopt that testimony. So I think that's pretty much the high points. I apologize if I've forgotten any, but I'm sure your colleagues could bring you up to speed on that. And again, sir, good to see you. And it looks like at this point, we hope to get to Miss Crane tomorrow if you want to give her the preview of coming attractions. As a child who never wanted to go to bed, I insisted that after the television show was complete, that I could not go to bed until I saw what I call the scenes of coming attractions. So, okay. I think that's pretty much where we are. And again, parties, if you have some, other pressing matters, you can be excused. Let us know so that we're not looking for you. And again, understanding that you waive any input into whatever happens. So with that, if there's nothing further, anything from you, hearing examiner Ryan?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee?
I'm ready.
Sir, yes, I am. Are you ready? Okay, let's go back on the record. Good morning. We are beginning day 2 of our hearing. We've just had an off-the-record discussion of procedural matters. I'd like the record to indicate that Assistant Attorney General Gedko is appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General's office. And we have our returning attorneys from yesterday, except for Ms. Beatles, who sent an email out and pursuant to the instruction yesterday about being being excused. She asked that she be excused periodically beginning today. And that request, as with the others, is granted subject to the conditions previously mentioned. It was also reported that from Staff Attorney Black, that Ms. Ramey, who was unavailable previously, is now available. And our thanks to the First Judicial Court for releasing her from jury duty. And she'll be heard from later on in the week. And we are going to continue our questions for gas company witness Buller. Good morning, Mr. Buller.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
And just to remind you, sir, you're still under oath today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I asked you some questions yesterday about your direct testimony. And I'd like to direct you to Gas Company Exhibit 8, which is your direct testimony. No, Gas Company Exhibit 9. Your no, Gas Company Exhibit 10. Let's just look at all of them, Mr. Buller. Gas Company Exhibit 10 is your direct testimony in support of the stipulation. And I'd like to look at, to begin today, looking at page 8. And you have a table or chart on page 8, don't you, Mr. Buller?
Yes, I do.
And it is in response to the question posed on page 7, line 16 and 17. What adjustments is the company making to its proposed IMP project budgets?
I'm sorry, Judge, you broke up. Can you start the quote again?
What adjustments is the company making to its proposed IMP project budget? That was the question that your table responds to, sir.
Yes, it is.
And in looking at that table, essentially you're comparing what would have potentially been accomplished regarding the IMP projects pursuant to the original application, and then the revisions or reductions in those projects because of the stipulation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, and I recall asking you if you had any concerns about the project reductions. And let's just look a little more specifically, for example, at line 3, which is the project is called material verification. And initially, the gas company had proposed to spend about $5 million on material verification, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But because of the significant reduction in revenue increase that the company agreed to in the stipulation, it's going to spend $657,104 now for that category, approximately, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a pretty good chunk of change just between spending $5 million and a little over $500,000, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And what kind of actions or material, I mean, or
So
infrastructure does that category entail?
what this entails is primarily cutting out sections of pipe where we don't have material information, or we don't have records, and mostly it's pre-1970 pipe, and cutting out those sections and getting that material tested so that we have a verification of the material properties, and so that then we can reconfirm the operating pressure. And so there is some timelines or deadlines in the regulations that we must meet, and we were previously trying to get ahead, a little bit ahead of the curve, and get some of these done earlier. So this we'll still get these done in time for the to meet the deadlines by the regulations. We're just pushing them back a little bit.
Does this significant reduction in spending have any safety implications?
No, it does not.
Let's move on to the next category, the maximum allowable operating pressure replacements. And initially, you're going to spend about $9.7 million in that category, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that category reduced for the stipulation, it's reduced by a little over half now, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is involved in maximum allowable operating pressure replacements category?
So this is similar to the material verification, and actually the next one is as well, the hydrostatic testing. All three of these are related to regulations that require that we reconfirm the operating pressures on pipelines that were installed before the code and that we do not have complete records for. And so those records may be related to material properties, material types, or pressure testing. If we don't have a record of a pressure test, we also must test that pipe. We must hydrostatically test it. And number 4 is those. So when we assess the pipelines and we determine if it makes sense to spend the money to do the material verification, the cutouts and the hydrostatic testing, or does it make sense just to replace the pipe? So number 4 is those pipes that we have decided it makes more sense to replace it than to spend the money on the material verification and the hydrostatic testing. The hydrostatic testing, those are instances where we will go back in and actually take a pipe out of service, fill it with water, and pressure test it to 1.5 times the operating pressure.
Where do you get the water?
Typically, it's from a municipal water supply.
What do you do with the water after you test it?
We dispose of it in a disposal well specifically for contaminated water.
Does it get treated and reused?
It gets treated and then put into a disposal well, but it does not get reused.
And that particular category 5 hydrostatic testing, that was about 2.5 million, and it's been reduced to about 3/4 pursuant to the STIP.
Yes, that's correct.
Could, based on your testimony, it sounds like to me that these reductions are related to, at least these 3 are related to deferrals of action. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
and not elimination of these proposed actions. Correct?
Yes, that is correct. We will continue to do these actions. They will be completed. It's just they will be deferred.
And can you tell me how long you anticipate that they would be deferred?
So the ones that were planned for 23, most of them will be done in 24. Some of them will be done. There may be one or two that gets done in 25.
When's the deadline to meet the code?
I don't have that at the top of my head. I believe it's 27 or 28 to get half of it done. And then we need to get the rest of it done. I believe it's by 34. I will get those numbers though and get them to you.
Yes, Mr. Domi, consider that, or I'm sorry, Mr. Haverly, consider that a bench request, please. I'd like to have those code numbers, those deadlines.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bullard, how, if you can characterize a percentage, how far along at this particular point in time do you believe you are in the process of complying with the deadlines?
For these particular deadlines related to MAOP reconfirmation, it's relatively new. I believe we're in the second or third year. We're probably, my guess would be 20%. I will get that. I would also get that number for you.
Consider that a third bench request, Mr. Haverly.
Yes, ma'am.
Any concern on your part, Mr. Bullard, that you've got these deadlines coming up? You believe in 6 and 6 and 12 years approximately, and you're only 20% toward compliance of that? Any concern you won't be able to meet the deadlines?
No, I don't have any concern.
I know you say on page 8, lines 5 through 8, you're answering the question posed at line 3 and 4. Will any of the adjustments to the IMP project schedule compromise gas company system? And you testify at line 5, no. All of the programs I've listed in the table are necessary, and as a prudent, proactive pipe operator, gas company would like to complete these projects quickly. That being said, delaying some of the projects by a year or two will not compromise gas company system and will still be compliant with the PHMSA regulations. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I understand that moving projects forward into the future might be a temporary solution. But ultimately, if these projects get kicked down the road in another rate case or two, potentially your back could be up against the wall, couldn't it, on meeting the compliance standards?
Certainly, we cannot continue to kick these down the road. That's for sure. However, I would say that we're trying to pull it forward, kind of front load it so that we had less to do towards the end of the deadline. But what we're doing now is we're pushing these back and levelizing the amount of work each year.
Well, let's take the next category, 6, bare main replacements. You had approximately $3 million in the original application, and then pursuant to the stipulation, you go down to $500,000, correct?
That's correct.
And is that also just I mean, that one's not done to meet the standards, is it?
That one is not done per a deadline similar to the ones above. This one is more just related to our normal integrity management efforts, and the bare main replacements actually will be completed in 24. We were anticipating or planning on completing all bare main replacements in 23. We just pushed out, I believe it's 1 or 2 projects into 24, and we will complete bare main replacements in 24. We'll be completely done with them.
Okay. And then the next one, legacy plastic replacements. Originally, that was $5 million, and that's getting pushed down to like 3.5, right?
Yes, it is. And it's very similar to bare main replacements. We were planning on completing those replacements in 23. We've pushed a couple of projects out into 24, and we will have them, will be completed with the ABS and PVC legacy plastic pipe replacements in 24.
And I'm sorry, and we will be,
We will be complete with the ABS and PVC legacy plastic pipe replacements in 2024.
And category 8, the X-True, TRUBE services. Originally, that was 3.6, and it's being reduced down to 1.8. So about half, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And my understanding is that's some kind of metal that was put around the pipes, and the welds don't hold.
These are services that were installed in the early 80s. It's a tubular service. It's our pipe that is connected to the main with a mechanical coupling. We typically call them dresser couplings. That is the brand name, but it's a compression fitting that connects the service to the main. And most of them. There are a few that were socket welded, and those are not of a concern, but all the ones that were mechanically coupled, we are replacing. We have a program to replace. And so we're just reducing the number that we're replacing in 23.
Is that also a code?
It is not, it's not spelled out in code, similar to the material verification or MAOP verification. What the code says is that we must have an integrity management program and assess the risk of our system and mitigate the highest relative risk. And so the X-True services are what we consider one of the higher risk to the system.
That TRUDE,
TRUBE.
B? As
Yes,
in
B.
boy,
Yes,
and the X, is that just X or EX?
just X.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. And then the last one, sewer camera inspection number 9. You were gonna put in about 6 million and that's been reduced to 4.7. Just gonna do less of those.
Yes, that's correct. So we'll still get to them all. It'll just take us a little bit longer.
Okay. So basically with what was proposed in these services and what has the revision for the stipulation, it's about half, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And my takeaway from that with the company being able to operate still being able to operate according to your testimony effectively and safely. Justification for that is some things can be done later and still be up to code. And we were trying to get things done earlier than they had to be. Is that correct?
Yes, or earlier than the specific deadline so that we were not up against the deadline. That's correct.
And if there wasn't a deadline, you were still trying to get ahead of the curve in completing the projects?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, sir, I would like to look at Gas Company Exhibit 9. And that was your testimony and exhibits in response to the June 6th bench request.
I think Exhibit 11 was my response to the June 6th.
Okay. I'm looking at 9, your supplemental testimony in response to the order requiring gas company to submit evidence.
Okay.
Are you there, sir?
Yes.
So essentially, this has to do with an errata that the company filed, which I call a modification, that had a revenue impact on the application, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in essence, with that modification, the company was requesting to add 4% merit or retention for certain employees that after the filing of the application had quit and then in approximately that same time frame, gas company entered into a new contract for transportation service. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the part of the events that you provided testimony in Exhibit 9, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And my understanding of your testimony, sir, is that the inquiry had been made, but the details of the contract actually did not occur until the end of May. The contract didn't get executed until the end of May. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And the claim from gas company is that basically the increase in the revenue request and the increase in the revenues that the company projects as a consequence of this new transportation customer will basically result, believe in a reduction to a slight reduction to the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your testimony indicates that you were directly involved in this communication and negotiation.
Yes, I was.
And this is part of your many jobs as the director of planning and engineering and gas management.
Yes, it is. And unfortunately, during this negotiation, my director over gas management left the company, so I became even more involved.
Added another hat. Okay. And I would just note, I guess, for the record, that at page 6 of your testimony, where you're talking about the terms of this contract, at lines 15 and 16, you say, as proposed, the revenue gas company would receive from this transaction would be approximately $275,000 per month or $3.3 million annually, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Any idea of how much of this potentially would get added to that $2.7 million savings to gas company's customers that you testified about yesterday?
This would be an addition, all of it. The 3.3 million would be added to that. That'd be on top of it. This is not discounted transportation, but it's just additional revenue.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is at a
No,
tariff.
Yeah, no, I get it. Okay. Well, the timing on that was pretty fortuitous, wasn't it? Mr. Fuller, that
Yes,
it could offset that merit?
Offset that merit, MERIT?
The offset that merit request or retention request?
yes, it was.
Okay, so now we can look at 11. And that was your response to the hearing examiner's June 6th bench request?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'd like to look at your testimony on page 4. And you're being asked about the costs, and I know your testimony indicates that there seems to be, with regard to these projects, during the winter months, the amount expended is lower, and then it seems to build in the rest of the year. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I know at the bottom of page 4, line 23, you say the first quarter spend of 550,000 is relatively small. Then you go on to the next page, line 1. But that is typical as work builds throughout the year. So I just wondered if you had any information as to an update, what may have been expended in second quarter. I mean, I know the month's it's not out yet, but.
No, I don't have an update with me, but I can get that for you.
Okay, if you consider that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Haverly, sir, did you listen to the testimony of Mr. Yardley yesterday?
Yes, I did most of it.
Okay, I just want to get clear in my head, and I think I have it, but I just want to make sure. And I'm looking at your testimony on page 6, and you're still testifying about the IMP. And you're answering the question about the repeated request. But I'm not gonna necessarily focus on that. But on your testimony at line 4, these IMP projects are not demand driven or revenue producing projects and instead are undertaken in compliance with the federal pipeline safety requirements. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And I believe that hearing examiner Ryan asked Mr. Yardley yesterday about these concepts. And I think the difference, I think he looked at it as something being related to investment. And non-investment. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do. And I can,
Is what you're saying here similar?
it is. And I'm sure witness Yardley will do a better job or did a better job than I will, but I'll try to restate that. What we mean is that these projects are not undertaken to add additional customers that would provide additional revenue. So the only way to recover is in a rate case or in a IMP mechanism. Whereas if they were projects that were adding additional customers, there would be additional revenue associated with those customers.
And that isn't saying that you don't get in a rate case after you've already put it in, after you've already installed it. And if it's found to be useful and prudent, that you're not going to get the investment back, is it?
No, you're correct.
And if all of those things are found and the numbers work out, then you're actually going to get a return on that investment, aren't you?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But the point here is that if you're already getting compensated for your investment and earning a return, you're not getting more revenue potentially from a new customer.
Yes, that's correct. Or that there's not I guess what the thought is with the mechanism, there's not that lag between that return.
Okay, and similarly, sir, your testimony on page 7. Your testimony on page 7 at lines 8 through 10. Thus, while X-Trube services should be dealt with to mitigate risk, they are not a resource that is necessary to satisfy customer demand for gas. Is that the same or no?
Well, yeah, that's the same. X-Trube services are part of the IMP project. I believe, though, this response was comparing and contrasting IRP with the IMP.
And I understand that. Again, I'm just wondering if in your definition of demand, I guess is what I should ask you, Mr. Bullard.
I see.
And are you referring to to the replacement as existing customer demand or new customer demand for new customers? Kind of confusing.
Yes, I see what you're saying, but you're right. It is for existing customers. It's
Okay,
replacing existing services for existing customers.
okay. And I don't recall the answer to this, so apologize in advance if I've already asked you this. But when you talk about the different resources that are included in the IMP asset, and not all of the IMP categories are included, are they?
They're not, that's correct.
And why are some included and some aren't?
That was simply a result of a negotiation with the interveners to settle the case.
So the categories that are included don't have any specific characteristics that are similar to the three, or differentiate them from the other five?
I would say that the three that are included can be tied to specific replacement projects that have a definitive time to complete. Maybe that's the differentiator, but they are all similar in some respects.
Okay. Can I go back and ask you for clarification purposes? If I told you that PIG stood for pipeline inspection gauge, would you think that's correct or no?
I have not heard that.
Okay. So your testimony on page 13, I'd like a clarification. Your testimony with regard to the question about the sewer inspection cameras and the cost. You say the cost to inspect a sewer, this is at lines 18 and 19. The cost to inspect a sewer lateral is currently $115.
158.
115. Is that per foot or?
No, ma'am, that is to inspect the entire lateral from the sewer main to the house.
It is $115.
Yes.
That seems kind of inexpensive.
It's not too bad.
And just a recap from yesterday on page 14, line 21, pigging is not done on distribution systems. And is that because the pipes are too small?
That's correct. Pipes are too small and they don't have enough pressure either to push the pigs.
So page 16 of your testimony, and you're talking about again, with decreasing the IMP. And at like 20 through 22, you say as significant projects were completed, gas company anticipated the annual IMP budget would decrease in 2024, 25, and 26. That was your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And do you still have that expectation?
Well, not necessarily, as we've moved projects out. My expectation is that 24, 25, and 26 will increase. I'm not certain yet if they're increased relative to 23 or not, but they will increase from where they were.
So on page 20, you're talking about your software and technology that you're referencing your direct testimony. And you say are unique to gas company and not the types of assets that a parent company would normally provide as a shared service program, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the software and technology utilized by gas company similar or the same as other gas companies use?
They are similar to many other gas companies.
Are there any other gas companies within the parent and subsidiary structure that gas company is in?
Yes, there is one other LDC that is in the under the Emera umbrella. They operate in Florida, but we are unique from PGS, the gas company in Florida, in that we have many miles of transmission pipeline and they have very little transmission pipeline. We also have ABS and PVC. They do not. They have cast iron and we do not. So there are uniquenesses between the gas companies.
And the uniquenesses are such that you don't share the same type of software and technology as the gas company in Florida.
Some we do not. We do share. There are some that we do. The ones that I had described in my testimony, we do not.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Bullard. I appreciate your time. Hearing Examiner Ryan, do you have questions for Mr. Bullard?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bullard, starting with the direct testimony, which is NMGC 8. You write at page 45, lines 15 through 17. New Mexico Gas Company should not be penalized by addressing safety needs more quickly than predicted in a rate case filing and having to wait years to recover costs that are incurred due to federal regulations and safety improvements. I think the word that I don't understand is penalized. And how is the gas company penalized in some way by there not being an IMP mechanism?
So what I was referring to there is the ability to recover costs more quickly and for mandated expenses and projects that are mandated by regulations, rather than waiting for a rate case.
Okay, and I mean, I suppose in some sense, I mean, I understand the timing concern, and I think it was Miss to Sarah Leba indicated that, in her perspective, the principal benefit to the company was or is the ability to recover the expenses more quickly. And I guess I'm just wondering, are there other benefits? Because I mean, what's interesting too is in your testimony here, and what actually comes in subsequent testimony, you talk about the regulatory asset that you've agreed to in this, the stipulating parties have agreed to in this case, the 157,000 that's included in the settlement stipulation for this is the 2019 asset that was created. There is a return on equity component of the regulatory asset, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and then I guess the question I would have if you were going to create the mechanism, would the company also receive a return on equity on the funds procured through the mechanism? And I'm not sure if I may have asked a somewhat, that question is poorly worded. I guess what I want to know is, I'll ask it again. You get not only the return of, but the return on, and the return of that is through the mechanism, but then you're also getting a return on any funds in the mechanism. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I believe the way the mechanism was proposed, that would be the case, but I'm not sure if I'm the right witness to answer that. Witness Buchanan might be better placed to answer that.
Okay. And so, I mean, I guess when you were using the word penalty, it just made me think, there's obviously like sort of, the mutual bearing of burdens, right? You guys have to do some stuff because of these regulations, and it has to be made safe, and it all sounds terribly reasonable because you can't have pipes carrying gas leaking, right? That's not acceptable. So sure, you have to do this stuff. And the question really becomes, what are the burdens that everyone shares in this endeavor, and how fast must the ratepayer pay for that? When do you get recovery? And then it just occurred to me that the one perhaps penalty to the ratepayer is that if you have, and I believe this was Ms. Crane's testimony in the last case, if the gas company has the mechanism, you're getting it much more quickly, and you're also getting the return on that investment simultaneously. So it seems like there's some degree to which a ratepayer might be penalized. And I'm sorry if I'm just talking at this point, but I'm sort of thinking out loud. Do you have any comments on that?
No, I'm not familiar enough with the way the mechanism would work to be able to comment on that, but probably another witness would be able to, probably Witness Buchanan.
Buchanan, that's fine. I can do that. Ms. Hurst asked this question, but I'll just follow up. Obviously the stipulation, you all reduced the amount of revenue you had. You'll receive significantly the revenue requirement anyway, and that includes a lot of employees not coming on board. And I think the question that Ms. Hurst asked, it's an obvious one, I think, and the commission would obviously be concerned with this, is anyone who's a safety and reliability employee, however you want to think about that umbrella, to the extent to which you're not bringing them on board right now. Yes, you save some money, but at what cost? And I think your testimony so far has been, no, there's no real safety concerns by not bringing these people on immediately.
That's correct. We will continue to provide safe and reliable service. Safety will continue to be our priority. And we will continue to evaluate those positions as we fill our vacancies. Right now, our emphasis is on retaining our current employees and filling our current vacancies.
So I'm just one concrete example of that sort of question with your automated meter reading. And I guess this is sort of a different example. With automated meter reading, is the basic goal, and this gets to your stipulation testimony, pages 5 to 6. We are now planning to spend $12 million. This is the top of page 6 We are now planning to spend $12 million at the same time frame, resulting in a 5.6 million decrease in plant compared to our original request. And this is, you've revised it for the expansion of automated meter reading. And the question I had there was, well, I assume automated meter reading helps you guys gain efficiency because you have less people out having to do stuff. So you're cutting back, but at what cost? I mean, long run, is that not a good choice? I mean, how do you weigh out the costs of declining to make that investment, and what does that mean for the future?
So what we're doing is actually just delaying that investment. We will continue to make that investment. It's just, it'll be over a longer period. So we will continue the AMR projects. It'll just be later in time.
Am I right that basically the AMR project saves your employees time and effort to have to go out and read meters? Is that kind of what happens?
Yes, you are right. That's exactly.
So by not installing them, you now have to continue paying your employees to go out and do that instead of just making the investment right now.
That's correct.
But I guess in the end, the stipulating parties thought, well, better to save the money now.
That's correct.
The chart on page 8 of your stipulation testimony, Ms. Hurst asked a number of questions, so I won't belabor the point too much. I had my own questions about that, but she got to them all. So I feel like I'm always catching up with Examiner Hurst. But I'm glad to know that we were kind of landing on a lot of the same questions. It's fascinating, actually. The basic question I had was, if I understand these two columns here, so the 20,675,597, which is the total IMP capital revised for the 2023 stipulation, this is the amount that will end up in the asset, the regulatory asset, at some point the commission will approve, whenever that may be?
Actually, this includes items that are not in the regulatory asset. The only pieces of this that are in the regulatory asset are 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. Got you. And the other items, where will they appear?
They will appear in rate base in the next rate case.
Okay. And otherwise, these would be the costs that you all would wish to have the mechanism to collect. I mean, was the initial proposition, right?
That's correct.
And I'm partly trying to understand the mechanism because I feel like this is not going to be something that goes away. So I don't want to, I think it's useful to just make sure I understand. I think part of the argument in favor of the mechanism, as I get it, is, the costs are all readily identifiable. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You have so many miles of pipe, basically how much it should cost to replace it. Within a ballpark, I'm assuming. And therefore, we're not asking for something that's sort of open-ended, that it is a sort of discrete set of costs. That's what Mr. Yardley explained anyway. Is that the basic concept?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as to the last point about the mechanism, and this gets back to the distinction Ms. Hurst was just raising with you, and you talked about, which I found also very helpful, the difference between programs that result in new customer revenue versus those for which are really designated to replace something that's already existing. The argument in favor there of the mechanism is the company has no funds available to pay for those. I guess but one answer is that if you have a future test year, then certainly you can project outwards. Is that basically correct? Like it's not entirely true that just because it's for fixing something that you're without revenue, because you could file a rate case.
That's correct. You can include it in the test year.
Right. But then I think the response then becomes, well, but that then requires us to have multiple rate cases and expend resources on filing them, as Ms. Hurst pointed out. previously that as to the costs that have been incurred over the last several rate cases. I mean, that seems like the rejoinder to that idea. In any case, that's not really a question, Mr. I'm just sort of more thinking through the issues. So I'll get your last set of testimony, NMGC 11. This actually, I want to share my screen real quickly. At the bottom there, you point out to us the total, this is bottom of page 3 of your, I'm sorry, this is NMGC Exhibit 11. It's the bench request responses.
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 3, you clarified that beginning at line 21, the total depreciation and return on equity cost components for the IMP regulatory asset qualifying projects in 2022 will be 157,346. And I asked Mr. Shell a question, and he actually, I think, told me to ask you. Sharing my screen here, I've highlighted, we're looking here at, I'll go back to that highlighting in a second. Just want to point out what I'm pointing towards. This is stipulation exhibit number 1 of Mr. Shell's testimony, page 18 of 47. It's a spreadsheet. And then at line 110, we have the IMP regulatory asset. And this was shown, here was the application. The number was 198,380. And then in the stipulation, you guys came down to 157,346. And so, 41,000 was taken away. And I asked Mr. Shell, I said, well, why did the number change? I mean, where'd that 40,000 go? And why is it all of a sudden going away? And his answer was he believed that, I think, he said, I believe it's because we pushed stuff out into the future. And that was the small cost savings we had there. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any more details you could fill in further? I mean, that's a small amount of money, but I was just curious why the change happened more than anything.
Well, it's related to those projects that are in the IMP asset that have been moved out from 24, I believe, into 25. And so that would be, or actually it's from 23 to 24, and that would be the projects related to ABS and PVC, bare main replacements, and X-tube replacements.
Are you saying P as in Peter, B as in boy, C as in car?
P as in Peter, V as in Victor, C as in car.
Thank you. When you say bare main replacements, is that BARE?
Yes, that's correct.
The last question I have for you, Mr. Bullard, was, you answered that we don't include the integrity management projects. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
All the abbreviations you sometimes forget. You don't include any reference to that in the gas company's IRPs. Do you think you should? Or do you think that's the correct to omit reference to those?
Well, I think the IRP rule is really related to supply side issues and supply resources, and so that's what we focus on in the IRP. IMP is not related to supply, and so that's why we do not discuss it in the IRP.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Bullard. Appreciate you talking with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Haverly, do you have any redirect for your witness?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I don't believe I have any redirect.
Very well. Does any party have any questions based on hearing examiner Ryan or my questions? Hearing none and subject to the responses to bench requests 2, 3, and 4, you're excused, Mr. Bullard. Thank you very much. Good luck on all those many hats you wear.
Thank you, hearing examiner Hurst. I appreciate it.
Very well. I think now I have, let me find the magic clock. I have 10 after 10. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess at this point? And I believe we are next scheduled for gas company witness Wasim.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Very well. We are recessed until 10:20.
Thank you.
Mr. Dome, are you taking the next witness?
Yes, I am. I'll be taking Mr. Wasim.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we are back from our research. Actually, I was doing a little research. Didn't need to know that, but okay. We're back from our recess. And who is it going to be? Is it going to be Mr. Dome or Mr. Haverly?
It's going to be me, Miss Hearing Examiner, and it'll be witness Wasim.
Very well. Good morning, Mr. Wasim.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear a witness?
Sir, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wasim, go ahead and state your name and position for the record, please.
My name is Gerald Wasim. I'm the Vice President for Regulatory, Strategy, and External Affairs for New Mexico Gas Company.
Thank you. I have in front of you NMGC exhibit number 12. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
It's my direct testimony and exhibits in support of the application that was filed in December of 2021.
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do.
So let's go through those carefully. Why don't you start with the table on page 10 of your testimony?
Yes, so I have corrections. I have some corrections to several things on the table on page 10 of my testimony. There are changes to figures in this table. Hearing Examiner, I'll just make sure you're there before I start going through these.
Yes, sir.
So under the call on the solar installation initiative row.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I will note that the exhibit that's in the Dropbox has the corrections to the table. It does not have three corrections to the testimony, but the corrections to the table are in the Dropbox version of this exhibit. And then there will be three of the testimony that are not in the Dropbox version.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
On the solar installation initiative row, under the column annual avoided costs, change 140,700 to 140,070.
All right, sir.
Under the column annual avoided emissions, MT CO2e, change 681 to 618.
All right, sir.
Under lifetime avoided emissions, MTCO2e, change 17,713 to 16,069.
All right, sir.
And under the column dollars per MTCO2e, please change negative $6.16 to negative $6.79.
All right, sir.
For the CNG vehicles initiative,
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
change 296 to 268.
Are these dollar figures?
They are not.
Thank you.
The next change is a dollar figure. So under the column dollars per MTCO2e, please change $271.42 to $299.54.
All right, sir.
As a result of those changes, the totals in each of these columns also change. So under annual avoided emissions, the total changes from 7,753 to 7,687.
All right.
In the lifetime avoided emissions column, it changes from 68,797 to 67,125.
Okay.
And the dollars per MT of CO2e changes from $11.64 to $11.93.
And what about the annual avoided costs column?
Does the total on that column change? Because you changed up above, but does the column total
Yes,
change?
I'm sorry, I was about to explain. So the change from 140,700 to 140,070, that's a transposition of numbers only, and the total for that column does not change. All of the other changes are ICF, which prepared the table, calculated avoided emissions for the solar and CNG initiatives in short tons rather than metric tons. So the corrections that I have brought forward today make all of the numbers in this table metric tons.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Wasim, will you please make the corrections to the testimony that correlate to those changes to the table?
I will. On page 5 of my testimony at line 12.
All right, sir.
It should read 618 metric tons of CO2e, not 681.
Okay.
Also on page 5 at line 13. It should read more than 16,000 metric tons of CO2e, not 17,000.
All right.
And on page 6 at line 12.
All right.
Should read is estimated to be 24 metric tons of CO2e, not 27. And each of these changes are consistent with the changes in the table on page 10.
Very well, sir.
Thank you. With those changes to your testimony, is your testimony true and correct?
It is.
And if I asked you these questions, would you provide me with the answers that are in this exhibit
Yes, I would.
with the corrections that have been made?
Yes, I would.
Please look at NMGC exhibit number 13. Okay, what is that?
It's my direct testimony in support of the stipulation agreement that was filed on May 31st, 2022.
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
No, I do not.
Is this testimony true and correct?
It is.
If I asked you these questions today, would you provide me with the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And let me put in front of you exhibit number 14. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
It's my direct testimony in response to the June 6, 2022 bench request by the hearing examiner.
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
No, I don't.
Is it true and correct?
Yes, it is.
If I asked you these questions today, would you provide the same answer in response?
I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I will represent that exhibits 12, 13, and 14 are the documents that were placed into the Dropbox, and I would move for admission of these exhibits.
And just a clarification, Mr. Dome,
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I heard you say that the chart that the copy of exhibit 12 with the changes to the chart had been put in the Dropbox, but that the testimony changes had not. Is that incorrect?
That is correct, ma'am. The table was changed in the Dropbox. The exhibit is the one that was in the Dropbox, and the changes were to the table, but the 3 corrections to the testimony were not, and they've been made through his oral testimony.
Okay, and so when are you going to put that testimony in the Dropbox?
Madam Hearing Examiner, we will do that today. I will substitute a new exhibit with those 3 changes to the testimony if that's what you'd like me to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want I want the court reporter to have the copy that we're actually going to introduce, which should include all the changes.
Okay.
And it should be available to the parties and the court reporter in the Dropbox.
Yes, ma'am, then I will do that today.
Okay. Well, since we're talking about exhibit 12, New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 12, Mr. Wassein's direct testimony as corrected by him here today. And Counsel for Gas Company has indicated that the conforming copy of Exhibit 12 will be placed in the Dropbox by close of business. Therefore, do any parties have any objection to what Mr. Wassein has indicated is his direct testimony as corrected by him here today? Hearing no objection, I will provisionally admit Exhibit 12 subject to compliance by providing the exhibit into the Dropbox today.
Yes, ma'am.
With regard to Exhibit 13, Mr. Wassein's testimony in support of the stipulation as verified by him here today, as provided in the Dropbox and subject to the parties' agreement to not object to this exhibit, and hearing no objections, Exhibit 13 is admitted. Gas Company Exhibit 14, Mr. Wassein's testimony in response to the hearing examiner's June 6th bench request as verified by him here today and pursuant to the agreement of the parties not to object to the exhibit introduction and the verification from gas company counsel that exhibit 14 is in the Dropbox will be admitted. Mr. Dome.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. And with that, I will tender the witness for further examination.
Very well, thank you. Hello there again, Mr. Waseed.
Morning.
Sure, I noted. You're the Vice President of Regulatory Strategy and External Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
What does being the Vice President of Strategy entail?
So I'm responsible for working with the executive team and other team members for developing the business strategy for New Mexico Gas.
Have you considered in your discussions about the business strategy, perhaps filing less frequent rate cases that are litigated to cut down on litigation expense?
The frequency of filings would be something that we discuss. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Mr. Domi.
Hello
And
there,
I-
Mr. Domi.
I have failed to introduce an exhibit that I need to introduce through Mr. Waseem, and I think I should do that before we go.
Okay,
And that is
Great.
that's exhibit number 39.
okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Waseem, do you have in front of you exhibit number 39?
Yes,
And what is that document?
that is my direct testimony in response to the NMPRC bench request that was issued on January 27th, 2022.
And were the responses to that prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections to those responses to that bench request?
No, I do not.
Are those responses true and correct?
They are.
If we asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same as in exhibit number 39?
Yes, they would.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of exhibit number 39 and indicate that that document is in the Dropbox.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Gas Company Exhibit 39? It is gas company's responses to commission bench request. I believe it was filed on the 18th of February, and Mr. Waseem was the sponsor. Pursuant to the parties' agreement to waive any objection to exhibits, and upon gas company counsel's affirmation that the true and correct copy of those responses are in the Dropbox available to all parties, and the court reporter exhibit 39 is admitted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Waseem, in talking about your business experience on page 2, it says that you spent 13 years with Emera and its largest Canadian affiliate, Nova Scotia Power. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And were you with Nova Scotia Power from 2007 to 2011?
Yes, I was.
Were you in Canada?
Yes, I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
And then with Emera from 2014 to 2018?
With Emera from 2011 until December of 2019 in various roles.
And was that in Canada or was that here in the US?
From 2011 to 2014 in Canada, from 2014 until late summer, August of 2018, I was based in Boston, Massachusetts.
And I wanted to ask you about that. Because your testimony says that you were the US project lead for an Emera affiliate developing a subsea transmission cable that was proposed to deliver clean energy from Atlantic Canada to New England. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Did that project complete?
It did not.
Oh. What happened?
There was a competitive procurement run by the Massachusetts state government, and another project was the successful bidder. And so the project and the permitting work we had done was wound up.
So there's no subsea transmission cable.
Unfortunately, there is not.
Sir, I noticed that a significant amount of your testimony has to do with greenhouse gas initiatives proposed in the case, compressed natural gas, compliance from the last case. And have you been listening to the testimony from yesterday? And I think what I'd like to direct you to is some of the agreements that the company has made and the parties have made in this case, specifically with regard to greenhouse gas emissions in paragraphs 21 through 25, and additional paragraphs, I believe 26 and 27, have to do with certain analyses and communications between gas company and the parties, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And I guess I'm just wondering whether or not the company believes that the commission has a role with regard to those paragraphs and those communication and analyses between the parties.
I expect the commission doesn't have a role in adjudicating those, but the analyses that would be done would be informative when a company brings forward, or should the company choose to bring forward, initiatives to which those analyses pertain.
Do you have any trepidation that, well, everyone has obviously signed in good faith on this particular document, that some plan or analysis the company might have with regard to one of these paragraphs might not satisfy what one of the other parties believes is gas company's commitment to one of those objectives?
I suppose there could be some risk of that, hearing examiner, but if we are transparent with the parties to this case in establishing the parameters for the analysis, which we have committed to do, I expect the likelihood of that is substantially reduced.
And sir, part of another agreement that isn't included in the stipulation, this memorandum of understanding, are you familiar with it?
I am.
And there is some agreement in that particular document regarding gas companies' participation in legislative action that could result in different rates for potentially for some of gas companies' customers. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is there any concern as the head of regulatory that you may be subject to some type of legal challenge or at least some negative comments or a potential negative effect if there's a claim that gas company has discriminatory rates?
That would be something we'd have to take into consideration as we were developing this. It's an important issue to several parties to this case. And over the last several legislative sessions, we have been interested in things that the company can do to help customers who have income challenges. And so we felt that this conversation and working with the interested parties was consistent with that interest.
Can it be said, Mr. Wasim, that the greenhouse gas emissions projects ultimately lead to gas companies selling less gas?
Some of the projects might result in that, but not all.
Well, are you familiar with the New Mexico renewable energy statute?
Yes.
And in the renewable energy statute, it makes a provision for incentive for, you have to comport with certain requirements, but makes an incentive for encouraging public utilities to utilize renewable energy options, doesn't it?
It does.
Is there anything in current legislation that would provide a similar incentive for gas companies who are seeking renewable or environmental goals that might either encourage gas utilities to seek and participate in these programs, or might otherwise compensate them for any lost gas sales that could occur from participating in these renewable or energy programs.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you think gas companies ought to try to get similarly situated incentives as electric companies?
I do.
Is that going to be part of the strategy?
It is something we are discussing with policymakers, yes.
Could that be part of 2023 legislative initiatives?
It could.
Sir, in your direct testimony, gas company exhibit 12,
Yes.
on page 20, you're answering the question posed at lines 11 and 12. Please describe what gas company is doing with regard to certified low emission natural gas. And you're answering that question and you get to lines 20, beginning on line 20. These efforts are consistent with the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division's 2021 changes that will require by the end of 2026 a 98% reduction in the loss of methane at every stage of the oil and natural gas production process. And then you say changes to rule 19.15.29 NMAC in case number 21834. That was continued on to page 21. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
In what venue or jurisdiction is that case number?
It is in New Mexico.
It's New Mexico. Is it an Oil Conservation Division case?
Yes, it is.
So is this going to happen?
Those
Well,
will,
how let me say, how does this affect gas company?
it doesn't affect us directly today, but there is because it pertains to the producers themselves, not to gas companies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it applies to the producers of oil and natural gas, and gas company doesn't produce oil or natural gas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then how is it going to affect you?
So there is in our industry a move to have oil and gas production certified as to the efficacy of efforts to capture methane, venting and flaring. And I referred in my testimony to Project Canary, which is a company that is proposing to do that certification. And so they would monitor, there would be continuous monitoring of oil and gas production processes. And gas would be produced at that site would be certified as low emissions. And that could give confidence to the buyer that the continuous monitoring had proved that the production was done and had delivered a certain result in terms of avoiding emissions. There is a belief that there is a market for certified low emission gas. And we have had conversations with Project Canary and with a number of other companies that are proposing to do the continuous monitoring to try to make an assessment as to whether there is a benefit of New Mexico Gas buying gas that is certified as low emissions in its production.
So potentially it could provide you with a different product to offer your customers?
It would be a product that was certified as having been continuously monitored as meeting a certain standard in terms of emissions produced during production.
But for example, it potentially could if you found it to be physically and economically feasible. For example, if you had a transportation customer that was really interested in it and you thought you had, a customer to sell it to, then that would provide you with an alternative to a non-low emission natural gas, correct?
Correct. And given that companies in New Mexico, oil and gas production companies in New Mexico are now being held to this standard, and that there will be a 98% capture required by 2026. In my mind, that leads to you're going to have continuous monitoring and be able to show that. And so, so to your point, there is likely the high likelihood of that gas getting to market.
I'm sorry, there is the likelihood.
A high.
A high likelihood of that product getting to customers in part across our system.
Do you think it'll cost, add that monitoring will add costs to the natural gas?
Today, that is the case. Some of the companies that are doing the certification are of the belief that at a point in time, gas that is certified will not be at a premium. It will actually be the standard. And so, as we indicated as I indicated in my testimony, we're carefully monitoring this and have really just started discussions to try and better understand this. We did not have a proposal in this rate case specific to certified low emission gas, but we wanted to flag the fact that we were aware of this and we're looking at it and thought it would be something that we would probably be spending more time on in the future.
Well, I would think that the interveners in this case would potentially with their expertise would want to discuss this particular issue also, don't they?
I expect that would be true of some of the parties, yes.
So is there an understanding that they're actually going to meet the standard? That the natural gas and oil producers in New Mexico are actually going to meet the standard?
I can't speak for any of them, but if that is the regulation, I would expect they should.
And I believe you said it's loss of methane. Is that are you referring to like small losses in pipes? Are you talking about I think you referred to flaring?
It's the venting and flaring at the site of production during production.
And that's what this rule refers to?
That is my understanding, yes.
So like if I heard on the news like that you can see like in a view from a space shuttle, you can see that heat from the flaring in New Mexico. Is that what we're talking about?
I believe so.
Sir, if we could go ahead to your exhibit, Gas Company Exhibit 13, that's your direct testimony in support of the stipulation.
Yes.
And just, I guess, for clarification purposes, because I don't think we actually have done this yet, but you indicate on page 1 of Exhibit 13 at line 16 through 18, as described by New Mexico Gas Company witness Shell in his testimony, all 10 parties in the case are signatories to the stipulation.
Yes.
That was your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Initially, only 8 of the parties signed the stipulation, didn't they, sir?
That is correct.
But later, both interveners that had not signed did in fact file notices of intent to join, which made it unanimous, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your beginning part of your testimony is with regard to the requirement for the last rate case 19-00317 UT, where gas company agreed to report, in this case, the results of its GHG emission reduction initiatives, correct?
That is correct.
But you indicate at line 17 and 18 on page 3, this report was not the subject of negotiations in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And so gas company is providing the report and testimony on the report for compliance purposes only, correct?
That's correct.
And while it is not subject of the stipulation, were you aware that any party challenged gas company's report?
I don't recall conversations specific to the analysis we provided during the negotiations.
I'm sorry, we provided, I didn't hear the last phrase.
I'm sorry, I don't recall. I don't recall there was any discussion about the analysis or the report during the settlement discussions.
Sir, if we can look at gas company exhibit 14, which is your testimony in response to the June 6th bench request.
Yes.
part of the application that has now changed application requests that have now changed pursuant to the stipulation had to do with the types of vehicles that gas company might acquire, didn't it?
That is in the stipulations.
And I believe that gas company has agreed to include in its purchase planning analysis electric or hybrid vehicles, hasn't it?
Yes, we have.
But it's my understanding from the testimony that there are certain vehicle types utilized by gas company that currently do not have a electric vehicle equivalent. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So is there any other strategy that gas company has relating to an alternative for an alternative to that particular type of vehicle?
We might have the option for CNG for some types of vehicles. But what we have committed to do is do an annual analysis of all of our vehicles that would be in the next year's procurement, and for all fuel sources, so hybrid, electric, CNG, gasoline, diesel, to make sure that we have that we've taken a look at all of our options and that we make the choice that is best for customers. And in doing the analysis, some of the parties to the case indicated they thought that electric in particular was a better option. And so we will take a look at that and compare it. It's not just about emissions, it's about serviceability, it's about range, it's about the ability to take the load and do the work. So a number of factors will go into the analysis. And what we've agreed to do is do that analysis on an annual basis. So we kind of have a rolling bit of information so that if circumstances change, that we have that at hand. For example, in 2019, when we proposed CNG vehicles, there were no electric options available to us for our F-150s and F-250s.
And is it my understanding that there still are no electric options for the F-250s and F-350s?
I believe that to be the case.
Did you listen to the first witness, WRA witness O'Connell? Did you
Yes.
listen to his testimony?
Did.
You heard me ask him about the upfront costs of electric vehicles, and
Yes.
that potentially they could be more than a non-electric vehicle?
I did hear that.
What, you're the one that has the information, you're the one that knows what vehicles you need and what's available out there. How do you think those costs compare to whatever fuel type vehicle that you're currently looking into?
Well, the F-150 is just out. And so I actually haven't taken a look at the price tag. We haven't done our analysis on that, but they're new to the market and they are, I don't have that information at hand.
Do you know from what you know, is it more expensive than a similarly situated non-electric vehicle, a non-electric F-150?
I don't have that information. I'm not aware.
Okay. And the F-250s and F-350s, are they diesel?
I do not know. Diesel for sure. but I don't know whether there are also gasoline versions of those vehicles.
Okay. Mr. Racine, do you kind of feel like that you're being micromanaged when people are trying to come and tell you what kind of vehicle your company should use?
In agreeing to what is in the stipulation, I feel very comfortable that the kind of analysis we agreed to do, we should be doing. And in acknowledging that, I have no hesitation whatsoever in sharing the results of that with the interested parties to this case.
Believe, sir, that I know that in New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 39, you also answered several questions with regard to what type of fleet of vehicles you had and or were considering, correct?
Yes.
Very well, sir. I thank you for your time. Hearing Examiner Ryan, you have questions for Mr. Wassine?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wassine, so in Exhibit 39, you confirmed that the ETA does not directly apply to a public utility providing natural gas service. Then your direct testimony, bottom of 3. And then New Mexico Gas Company agrees with these commitments, and these are commitments referring to greenhouse gas reduction initiatives, and specifically the governor's executive order committing to New Mexico to comply with the Paris Accords. And you say that in 2019, the company set about to do its part to reduce GHG emissions. So if there's no legal obligation upon the company, what is the basis for the company's willingness to do all this? I mean, what's the company's position on these matters?
There was an executive order issued by the governor in early 2019, and as a responsible business in New Mexico, we thought we should investigate this and see if there were things we could do from our operations. We engaged with our customers and did some research as to their willingness to have the company pursue some modest greenhouse gas emissions reduction initiatives, and actually asked sample of our customers whether they would be willing to pay a small amount more on their bill for those initiatives to go forward.
You know, I'm thinking about the renewable portfolio standards that apply to the electric companies, and I don't doubt you follow these things, but I mean, whatever, there was some filings recently, some of the renewable resources several companies intended to have online in 23 and 22 have now been pushed to 24, and this is largely a consequence of macroeconomic conditions related to supply chains. And point of my saying all that is the RPS standards are quite aggressive. And absent, well, I guess I'll start with that. I mean, how aggressive does the company think it is necessary to be to address these matters?
In terms of emissions from our operations.
Yeah, I mean, how like what is the perspective about how fast and how soon does the company need to reduce emissions?
Well, from our operations, we think we need to take steps now, and we have done that. That is actually the question that that policymakers are grappling with, and the company is trying to make that determination on its own as well.
Yeah, I know, and I brought up the RPS stuff because, you know, and then 2025, we go from 20% renewable standards for the electric companies to 40, and it's an enormous jump. And the electric companies are scrambling to ensure they have the sufficient resources online. And I'm only saying all that to note that, I guess realistically, what I'm really asking you to comment on, if you can, is what is the company's short-term vision for how fast it needs to reduce its emissions footprint?
I think from our operations, our emissions footprint is from day-to-day operations is not large, and so some of the initiatives we've undertaken, in particular the solar, would have a measurable impact. But in the grand scheme of things, for meeting the state's objectives, our emissions from day-to-day operations would be very small.
One of the compressed natural gas driven sources of transportation that I'm most familiar with, just anecdotally from my existence here in Santa Fe, is the Santa Fe bus system.
Yes.
My wife and I ride it and see it as our responsibility as responsible citizens to participate in the use of public transit when possible. Does New Mexico Gas Company participate in a system that allows those buses to refuel? I have no clue how those buses get fueled.
I am aware that there is a city-owned CNG fueling facility in Santa Fe, and I believe it's affiliated with the Transit Authority.
Okay, and is that something that I guess I'm getting more specifically into the question about how you facilitate these compressed natural gas stations. I mean, when the city was building that, was the company involved? Do you have any knowledge about any of that?
I do not.
You do not. Okay. Page 11 of your direct testimony, you refer to something at line 16, page 11 again, that's line 16, the 2019 Navigant report. What
Yes.
is that?
That was a report done by the consulting firm Navigant for the company that looked at potential greenhouse gas emissions reductions initiatives, and that informed the proposals that we put forward in the 2019 rate case.
Okay.
Excuse me for interrupting. The document,
Sure.
That document was filed with the direct testimony I adopted in the 2019 rate case.
Okay. So if I wanted to peruse that, I could find it in that testimony, in that docket.
You could.
At page 17, you testify at lines 10 through 13. The company believes hydrogen used in future blending projects will be produced from combustion of renewable net.
Sorry.
Too fast.
The company believes hydrogen used
In future blending projects will be produced from combustion of renewable natural gas, combustion of natural gas with carbon capture technology, or potentially from hydrogen produced by electrolyzers utilizing excess wind or solar generation.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, it's these are not easy words, I realize, as we're speaking. It's in any case, my question for you, Mr. Wassine, was how far off is that?
Well, electrolyzer technology is viable today. There are electrolyzers. It's expensive. And there's a significant amount of money being spent to reduce that cost. But today, as an option, that would be very expensive.
Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to put that sentence into context. I mean, you're sort of predicting for the future. This is where you see New Mexico Gas Company going. And I'm just wondering, you know, when does that all happen?
I don't have an answer to that. I would repeat, though, that there's a lot of money being spent, both private sector and government, in bringing those costs down.
At page, turning to your response to the bench requests, it's Gas Company 13, I believe. And then page 12 of that, I asked you a fairly broad question. Does the company's business necessarily put it at odds with the electrification movement? And then, you respond, understandably so. A full examination of this question is beyond the scope of this rate case, which I agree. I guess my point in asking the question is is that question sort of touch upon all of the company's movement at this point in time in terms of embracing technologies and changing its practices?
I think it's part of the discussion. It's not the sole motivation. We believe that natural gas has a role to play in a transition to a cleaner energy future, both as a transition fuel, but also, think it's important for natural gas and the electric sector to be thought of as two parts to solving the issue, as opposed to separate parts.
Can you be more specific and give me an example of what that looks like?
Our customers over time have made significant investments in the system that we own and operate, and that we use to deliver natural gas to their homes. And so making sure that system is fully used, and that the planning is done to use the gas systems and the electric systems side by side to ultimately achieve decarbonization objectives, seems to me to be important and a wise course of action. There have been some studies done, for example, in Massachusetts. There was some research done by Scott Madden and E3 for the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities that found that using both the gas and electric systems to deliver low carbon heat to buildings, is less challenging and less expensive.
Is that study that you were just referring to, is that the document you reference at page 13 of the bench requests?
Yes, it is.
And you said the person Scott Eden was an individual who was an author of that?
No, it's a consulting firm, Scott Madden, M-A-D-D-E-N.
And E3, yeah, I'm familiar with their stuff.
Yep.
And that was proposed for the Massachusetts Public Regulation Commission, or whatever their title is.
Yeah, there's an open docket, and those documents were filed a number of months ago.
And those documents were filed?
A couple of months ago.
Thank you.
Do you know the docket number of that particular?
No, I don't.
Is in E3 the letter N, the letter E, and 3?
It's just the letter E and 3.
Thank you.
E3. Yeah.
Mr. Wassine, consider that a bench request. We'd like to know what that docket number is.
You can do
Mr.
that.
Dome?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Just one final question, Mr. Vecina. I asked Mr. Shell if he was familiar. I know Mr. Martinez from staff in his testimony made a reference to legislative action, or at least a proposal, perhaps a bill. It wasn't entirely clear, but that it was proposed and it didn't really get anywhere. Are you familiar with whether the New Mexico legislature is doing anything in terms of addressing questions related to natural gas and emissions and sort of where we're headed as a state?
I am not aware of specific legislation that has been proposed, but I am aware that there is active discussion on that by legislators.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dome, any redirect for Mr. Wassini?
No, ma'am.
Anyone have any questions based upon my questions or hearing examiner Ryan's questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. Subject to your bench request response, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Dome or Mr. Haverly? I believe on the witness order, we now hear from gas company witness Sanders.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, he is coming into the room right now.
Very well.
I think it's over here.
Madam Hearing Examiner, for the record, New Mexico Gas Company calls Tommy Sanders.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Sir, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Sanders, would you please state your full name for the record?
Tommy Sanders.
Mr. Sanders, who are you employed by and what is your position?
Employed by New Mexico Gas Company. I am Vice President of Customer and Support Services.
Mr. Sanders, if you would look, what has been placed in front of you has been marked as New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the direct testimony that was prepared by Mike DeCourcy. Mike DeCourcy has left our company, so I have adopted that testimony.
And in your adoption, have you reviewed that testimony thoroughly?
I have.
Are there any changes or corrections that you would make to this testimony?
No, there is not. Although I will say there is one correction that needs to be made to the exhibit to this testimony.
Can you please walk us through that change, Mr. Sanders?
Yes, that exhibit has been replaced in its entirety. We found that one item, the power plan budget and depreciation forecasting amount of $438,179 was inadvertently put in the 2023 column and should have been in the 2022 column.
Do you have any other changes to the testimony that has been marked as NMGC exhibit number 15?
I do not.
Can you tell me what page that was on and which exhibit it was?
Yes, ma'am. It is exhibit MKD number 2. It is page 1 and 2, immediately following the direct testimony.
And where is the correction, on page 1 or page 2?
It is on, a moment, please, on page 2.
What line?
It is, if you see the top section entitled Business Operations and Capital Investments, it is the
Yes.
fourth line from the bottom of that section. Power plan budget and depreciation forecasting.
Okay. And that 438,179 under the 2023 is incorrect?
That is correct. It should have been in the 2022 column.
It appears as such on the uploaded version of it. I'm looking at it now.
Yes,
And so that changes the subtotal
yeah, yes, ma'am, it does.
and the totals for those two columns.
Yes, ma'am.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly, as pointed out by Hearing Examiner Ryan, this, the corrected copy has been uploaded to the Dropbox with those changes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Sanders, other than the corrections we've just pointed out, are there any other corrections to exhibit number 15?
No, there is not.
If I asked you the same questions that are contained in exhibit number 15,
Mr. Haverly,
yes, ma'am.
are we substituting page 2, lines 9 through 22?
Madam Hearing Examiner, yes, we had originally had a document upload with those things. If it's acceptable to you, I will make sure that gets put in the Dropbox today. I thought we had gotten that put in the Dropbox, but I will take care of that because you're right. We had proposed having this updated for Mr. Sanders rather than Mr. DeCoursey. I'll make sure that gets done today.
Okay, and I'm just asking you, sir. I mean, I'm assuming that Mr. Sanders has different background and experience. And I just wanted to make sure that if you were going to substitute those things, that the exhibit in the Dropbox contained that correction also.
You are 100% correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. They are different experiences, and yes, we would like to do that.
Okay, and I'm correct that exhibit 15 has not been, that information has not been substituted in its current Dropbox version.
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner, and we
Okay.
will have that done by the end of the day.
Very well. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders, if I asked you the same questions, other than the first initial introductory questions that exist in exhibit number 9, exhibit number 15, would you provide me the same answers as you have in this exhibit?
Yes,
And you've prepared a couple of additional pages or preliminary pages for when we asked to substitute you in. Do you recall doing that?
yes, I do.
And those are introductory questions asking about your position and your background. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with those questions and answers?
Yes,
And if I were to ask you those questions and answers, would those be the same answers that you give me today?
yes, I would.
If I asked you, all right, if I asked you with that provision, those questions, the answers, they would be in its entirety of New Mexico Gas Company exhibit number 15. Those answers would be true and correct to the best of your information, belief, and knowledge.
Yes, they would.
I'd like you to flip to what has been marked as New Mexico Gas Company number 16.
Okay.
So would you please let us know what this document is?
This is testimony that I provided in response to the hearing examiner's June 6, 2022 bench request.
Was this testimony provided or prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to this testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions as contained in exhibit number 16, would you provide me the same answers today?
I would.
And those answers would be true and correct to the best of your belief?
They would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for the admission of New Mexico Gas Company exhibits number 15 and 16.
Mr. Haverly, is the copy of New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 16 the copy that Mr. Sanders just verified, is it the copy that's in the Dropbox?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 15. Mr. DeCoursey, direct testimony and exhibits now adopted by Mr. Sanders as corrected by him here today and verified by him here today. Upon no objection, the correct version of this testimony will be placed in the Dropbox by the close of business today. Therefore, I will provisionally admit Exhibit 15 from Gas Company, subject to compliance. New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 16, Mr. Sanders' testimony in response to the June 6th, 22 bench request as verified by him here today, upon no objection by agreement of parties and verification from New Mexico Gas Company Council that Exhibit 16 has been placed in the Dropbox. I will admit New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 16. Mr. Haverly?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Center. I have no questions, no additional questions, and I tender the witness for further examination.
Very well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
How are you?
I'm doing quite well.
Excellent. I note that you are the Director of Information Technology and Telecommunications, correct?
No, ma'am, that's not correct. I am the Vice President of,
The Vice President of Customer and Support Services
that is
that
correct.
oversees the Information Technology and Telecommunications Department.
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, so Mr. DeCoursey was your employee?
Yes, yes, ma'am, he was.
Sir, I would like to go to what's been identified as New Mexico Exhibit 15, which is the direct testimony. And I had a question about the software replacement or upgrade as referenced on page 7 of that testimony. At line 16. Quorum,
Yes, ma'am.
and it says that quorum is gas companies, gas supply and transportation suite of software applications. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you listening to the prior witness? And my question about the witness's testimony was that certain gas company software was unique. Did you hear that series of questions and answers?
Yes, I did.
Is this the software that he was referring to?
This would be one example of that software. It would be unique to New Mexico Gas Company, although I believe we do use it to some extent in our support of New Brunswick Pipeline.
Can you spell quorum?
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
QUORUM.
Thank you.
Sorry, dropped the notebook. So with regard to quorum, you testify on page 7, beginning on line 20. In other words, quorum or a similar program is critical to providing reliable service to our customers. The estimate of 2.9 million for this project is based on a preliminary request for proposal responses. Do you know whether that 2.9 is for replacement or upgrade?
So, yes, ma'am, I believe I can describe. We have been going through a process to determine which is better to replace Quorum with another software or to upgrade Quorum. I believe it has now been decided that we will upgrade and stay on the Quorum product.
Were you thinking about switching to a different product?
We were looking around the industry to see what might be available and whether it would meet our needs better than Quorum. Yes, we were.
And since you made the determination to stick with Quorum, is the 2.9 then for the replacement or for the upgrade?
I believe that amount will come down somewhat since it is going to be an upgrade.
And is the upgrade of that particular product affected by the stipulation?
No, ma'am, I do not believe so. I believe we will stay on the same schedule.
You go on page 8 to talk about IMP program implementation, and you describe some components or actions are based on the stipulations. Are those projects out or modified?
I believe 2 of the projects listed on Exhibit 2 will be pushed out to 2024.
And which ones are they?
On page 1 of 2, in Exhibit 2, you will see at the bottom of the page the subtitle IMP.
Yes, sir.
The first project under that subheading is 2 units AMLS ABB for $778,000. That is moved out to 24. And that was for the purchase of 2 additional advanced mobile leak detection devices.
Okay. Any other changes?
The third item down under the subtitle is ESRI, ESRI/GIS Expansion and Enhancement 2023. The amount is 124,342. That project has been pushed out to 2024.
All right, sir. Any other?
No, ma'am, that is all that I am aware of.
So that's approximately taken half of that 2023 $2 million budget for those two projects, right?
Approximately, yes.
Sir, on page 10 of your testimony, you talk about enterprise resource planning or ERP,
ERP is how we refer.
ERP software.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a unique software that's utilized only by New Mexico Gas Company?
No, ma'am, that is a system that is utilized by TECO, both Tampa Electric and Peoples Natural Gas and New Mexico Gas Company.
TECO, TECO.
Yes, sir, TECO.
Thank you.
So you're just paying a sharing cost on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And on 11, the first bullet point, you say updates to the business intelligence suite of program that the company is currently using to collect, organize, search, and use all the data the company accumulates on a daily basis regarding business operations. Is this business intelligence suite, is that another software program, or is it part of ERP or Quorum?
It is a separate set of software.
Then down to the next bullet point, you refer to enhancements to the line 10. Enhancements to the Copperleaf C55 software used by New Mexico Gas Company. Is this yet another type of software used by gas company, or is it part of the other three?
This is another set of software.
And is this software unique to gas company, or is it a shared service?
It is unique to gas company, although I think several of the affiliates like this product and are considering whether they would use it or not.
And I don't remember, is the business intelligence suite, is that unique to gas company, or is that shared service?
This is an area we're just starting to develop. So right now it's unique, but there could be products that we use both across affiliates down the road.
So other than these 4 software programs, are there more?
Yes, ma'am. There are substantially more.
And are they unique, or are they shared?
I would say there's a mix. Some are unique and some are shared.
And why did you choose these particular ones to share, to rephrase that. Why did you choose to include these in the testimony and not the others?
These are, these pertain to the capital projects that are shown in Exhibit 2. And intended that this section would more or less describe the business purpose of the investments contained in Exhibit 2.
Are you requesting any expense or revenue associated with the software programs you didn't list?
No, ma'am. But let me correct that. In part of my testimony, I do testify that we do get charges from TECO regarding software that we share with them. Those, I believe, those costs are in the cost of service in this case.
And nice segue there, sir. Let's look at page 14.
Okay.
And I had a question where you're actually talking about affiliate split capital assets and IT&T software acquired or developed for the benefit and use by multiple TECO affiliates. And that a portion of the initial cost of that investment is paid by each affiliate and reflected as an asset in the affiliate book and records. Correct?
That is correct, but I will say that prior to 2021 software that was shared, we got a charge for using that from 21 forward. We are, with respect to software, we now get an allocated portion of the capital that we record as an asset on our books.
And my question is, why was the way that was accounted for changed in 2021?
We believed, and this was a discussion that happened between both TECO and New Mexico Gas, primarily with our accounting groups, that the switch to recording assets on our books more fairly represented proper accounting for these assets.
Gas company determined that, or TECO determined that, or it was a joint decision?
It was a joint decision.
And which leads me to on page 16, you're answering the question about, are you still going to be charged an asset usage fee? And the answer is yes. And my question is, you testify at lines 6 through 8, the affiliate charges for pre-existing assets are included in the O&M expense in this case. They total approximately 1.39 million and 1.42 million in 2022, 2023. That's just for software?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Do you know what the corresponding asset allocation is?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you're saying that you're still paying an access. You're paying this asset usage fee, but henceforth, that it's actually, you're actually going to have the software listed as a capital asset, correct?
Correct. Let me try to explain that a little better. For assets that were put in service prior to 21, prior to 21, we received an asset usage fee. After 21, we will continue to receive an asset usage fee on those assets that were placed in service prior to 21. After 21, software assets that were placed in service 21 forward, we will record on our books as a asset and depreciate them and include them in rate base.
All right, I get it. Do you know how much longer you're because 1.4 and 1.42 million is
I'm trying to find it.
Well, it seems to me to be, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but 1.4 and 1.42, for an asset usage fee, seems like to me a lot of money for, if TECO's sharing this among affiliates, that seems like a lot of money to use some software. Isn't it?
Well, I think one of the primary assets we're talking about here is the ERP system, and those systems are very expensive to put in place.
Okay. Can you tell me how many more years you're going to be paying on that?
I believe, I can't find it right now, but I believe somewhere in my testimony, I answered that. And I believe most IT assets, or at least a lot of them, are depreciated over 15 years. So I believe we would be looking at approximately 15 more years for that fee to be charged.
Well, I mean, when was it implemented?
The ERP system, we started participating in it when we were purchased by TECO. And I believe that was 2014.
So it looks like to me that you paid over half of the 15 years, haven't you?
For that asset, you're approximately correct.
Right. So it's not going to be 15 years from now. It's going to be 15 years total from when they started, when gas companies started using that IT software.
For that particular software, yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Okay.
And I did find my answer. It was in the June 6th bench request, page 4, starting at line 8.
So your answer, you said page 4?
Yes, ma'am. Page 4 of,
Line 11?
beginning on line 8.
Yeah, to collect for pre-existing assets. And you're saying 2036. So you're talking about 14 years from now?
Let me frame that. Let me clarify this. So different assets are put in place in different years. To the extent one was put in before we switched to this new method, say the last year was 20 or 21 before we switched, and it had a 15-year useful life, the charges for that asset would extend through 3036. I'm not saying that this would apply to all of the ones we're getting charges for.
Right, but you specifically say asset usage fee related to IT software, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm asking you specifically for the 1.3 million, 1.39 million, and 1.42 million. Of these asset usage charges. And the software, what software does it apply to?
Those charges that are listed there apply to all of the software that was in place at the time.
Okay, all of the software that was in place prior to 2021 change.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you say some of the software, I believe you testified specifically the one that begins with the E, the ERP, that gas company had been using that since 2014, correct?
My recollection is 2014, 2015 timeframe.
Okay. But what you're saying in response to the bench request is that there are different vintages in that pre-2021 that could be collected through 2036, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There are different useful lives of those assets. So I would anticipate that these dollar amounts that you're referring to, the 1.39 and 1.42, would decline over time as assets become fully depreciated.
Okay. I think I understand. My concern is just that, that 15-year assets are not being depreciated over a 20-year plus timeframe.
No, that's not happening.
Okay. And I know you've testified that you. So sometimes we call it TECO and sometimes we're calling it TEAC. Is that the same company?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I see in your testimony on page 17, lines 4 and 5, in addition to locally provided IT and T services, under shared services model, there are IT&T services and applications in parentheses programs provided by capital TEC to New Mexico Gas Company and other Emera affiliates. Okay, so in your testimony, you previously called it TECO, but TECO and TEC are the same.
Yes, ma'am, I use those terms interchangeably.
Okay. So further on down on page 17, beginning at line 12, you say, in deciding which services to provide locally and which to receive from its shared service provider, gas company works with TEC on a service by service basis to arrange for the best and most cost-effective method of receiving the IT&T service or program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it you work with an affiliate rather than the parent company, Emera?
Of course, TECO acquired us first, and they're a U.S. affiliate. I think Emera, being the Canadian affiliate, sometimes uses different software. So we started before Emera purchased us doing these type of arrangements with TECO. They had a shared services organization, and so that's why we continue to do it with TECO today.
Okay. I guess I just thought that the parent company would have more with all of its affiliates would have more services available than the affiliate service. No?
Well, the parent company, biggest affiliate in Halifax is Nova Scotia Power, in which I'm sure they have many of the same services. They might use different software than TECO uses, but in general terms, I would say the TECO companies are much larger than the Canadian companies.
Okay. Sir, on page 18 of your testimony, in table 2, you refer, the heading is IT&T charges from TEC, shared service, and Emera by year. And for 2022, 4,432,213. Does that number include this number we were just talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
For the 1.39 and the 1.42 for that software, that's already included in the 4.4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Further on page 18, you say at line 17, gas company participates in Emera enterprise software agreements that support applications and software used at gas company. And you go on the next page, the cost that gas company incurs under this setup are significantly less than the pricing gas company could receive as a 700 plus employee base. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes.
How do you define significantly less?
When we look at these enterprise level software packages, for example, like Microsoft, when we enter into those agreements, the more users you have, the deeper the discount you can get from the vendor. So I don't know that I can give you a definite number off the top of my head, but they can be quite significant.
Well, and I just, I'm asking you, sir, it's your testimony.
Yes.
What significantly less, as a person in charge of these things, what gets you interested? What makes a difference to you?
Well, I would-
5%,
I would say-
50%?
I would say anywhere from $100,000 on up would be something I would consider significant.
And do you believe that to be the case?
Yes, I do.
And speaking of Microsoft, further on down the page, and you're talking about the benefits of leveraging the Emera TEAC, the software agreement to gas companies' advantage. You say at lines 9 beginning on line 9 on page 19, most notable was a shift from licensing based on the device to a per licensing fee. The new agreement permitted each end user to leverage the ability to access Microsoft products on up to 3 devices, where the prior one only allowed access on a named device. And my question to you, that's your testimony, sir, correct?
Correct.
Do your employees normally use 3 devices each to do their job?
I would say in general, no, but there are some that do use multiple devices. They may have a desktop computer in the office, but they also may have a laptop that they would take out to the field that they use to conduct certain measurement tests or other tests available to them. So I would say, it would be quite common, I think, to have more like 2, but not all employees. Certain employees would have more than 1.
Okay. Additionally, sir, you go on in that testimony, you start talking about Cyber Security Operations Center on page 19 and then further on page 20. And you give an example that's really scary on page 20, beginning at line 4, and you say, by way of example, in the first 10 months of 2021, the CSOC, which is the Cyber Security Operations Center, is that where is that?
It is located in Florida in our offices at the TECO Data Center.
Okay, so that's an internal
Yes, it is.
group.
It
Okay,
is.
so the CSOC detected over 31.7 million access/probing attempts on gas company from nation-state/non-nation-state actors. That's your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these were specifically on gas company and not the rest of the TEC system, correct?
Correct.
What is an access/probing attempt?
They could be for a number of reasons. It could be, of course, it could be malware they're trying to get into our system. It could be some form of hacking. It could be a denial of service attack. So that there are a number of different ways that these actors attempt to gain access to utility computer infrastructure.
So these are people, entities, businesses trying to like hack into your computer system, or?
I would say yes. I don't know that businesses necessarily, but, you know, we do have certain nation states that attempt to access US infrastructure. Like, for example, China and Russia.
How is, you know, I think I understand your testimony about, you know, you further go on to Technology Operations Center, you know, provided by TEC. And it appears that a lot of services are being provided by TEC, and a lot of money goes to TEC for those services. And I just wondered if you could compare the size of gas company with the size of TEC.
I believe, I can't quote the exact number of customers. You know, when we say TEC, we're generally referring to Tampa Electric and Peoples Natural Gas. I believe Tampa Electric is a much larger company. I think Peoples Natural Gas is comparable to New Mexico Gas Company.
So my understanding that is gas company has about 540,000 customers. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What would you estimate TEC to have if you're just referring to the electric company portion?
Yeah. Like I said, off the top of my head, I can't quote that number. I'm sure we could get it for you.
I mean, do you think it's twice as big?
I don't know. I would be more comfortable getting you the correct number than guessing.
Okay, consider that a bench request, Mr. Howerly.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to know approximately how many customers and the approximate size of the service area.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So since we were just talking about all the millions of attempts, access / probing attempts on gas company, I noticed in the testimony, Mr. Sanders, that one of the additions to your particular group, I believe, had to do with adding a cybersecurity specialist.
That's correct.
Does the page 38, and I'd like to know whether or not the stipulation and its effect on the 32 new requested positions, but does this have any effect on your adding a cybersecurity specialist?
This job was primarily added because of some of the new TSA regulations that have come out and the additional work that's being required on some of our equipment that's in the field. I have 2 individuals now that are currently performing all of that work. And this request was to be able to have another individual that can assist with that work and also give us the ability to have one of these people back in the office from time to time to work on issues that occur here. It is still my intent to fill these positions. It may not occur until the latter part of 23 or early 24, but these are still important positions that I will pursue.
And since it appears that most of the cybersecurity services come from TEC, would you agree with that?
Most of them do, yes, ma'am.
Do you have any update or any information that you can provide the commission with regard to any efforts they may have made in response to these millions of probing / access attempts?
So, I think if I step back and describe the CSOC, we call it the CSOC, the cybersecurity group, in my mind, this is one of the biggest benefits we have received from the acquisition of us by TECO is the availability of this state-of-the-art cybersecurity group and systems that are in place. So in my mind, it is state-of-the-art, and they are constantly looking at different ways to improve their ability to catch these attacks prior to them getting into our system.
Sir, with regard to Gas Company Exhibit 16, your response to the bench request?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that you were on pages 2 and 3 that you were replacing in 22 its previous PC fleet.
Sorry, it's previous.
PC.
Thank you.
Did that occur? Or is that occurring?
It is occurring.
Is it affected at all by the stipulation?
No, ma'am.
And just one more question. With regard to the access fee for the 20 prior 2021. Was it an option rather than just paying the monthly access for a period of time? Was it an option just to outright buy the asset from TEC to purchase it?
I don't believe it was an option, and I would not believe that it would be practical to do that because they need that software as well. So the fact that we could jump on and use a software that they had in existence, I believe saved us substantial amounts of money because we did not have to invest in those types of systems ourselves.
So there's not a way you could just say, hey, rather than paying you an access fee for, for 15 years, how about if we just pay half of it and you give us half ownership in it?
For the previously existing,
Yes.
I think we would have to talk to our finance and accounting people. I believe there may be some issues with making prior period adjustments from accounting perspective. So
I don't know, I don't know that I'm qualified to answer your question.
I think you probably have the answer,
Yeah.
Mr. Sanders, but yes, I'm sure that the number of people probably would like to weigh in on that, or not. That's all the questions that I have for you, sir. I thank you for your time. And hearing examiner Ryan, what is your preference? Do you have questions?
One
sir?
single question for Mr. Sanders,
Okay.
and then we can thank him for his participation. So, Mr. Sanders, at page 10 of what is Exhibit 15, originally Mr. DeCourcy's testimony, now yours. At the bottom of that testimony, line 18, beginning at line 18. Upcoming improvements will continue to reduce labor hours required for maintenance and execution of business processes related to financial close. What is that? It looks like as if it's a typo or some word, but I don't understand what that means.
Please give me the reference again. I'm not sure I'm at the right place.
So again, I'm looking at Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 15. It's Mr. DeCourcy's direct testimony, which you have adopted. And it's at line 20. The first, you see financial close, CLOSE. It's page 10.
I've got it now.
So what does that mean? I don't understand what financial close is.
So a company closes its books so that it can update its financial statements on a monthly basis. So when we refer to an accounting close, we are closing the books of all of the transactions that occurred in the current month. So we can accurately reflect the financial statements for that month and on a year-to-date basis.
Okay, so those words financial close has a specific meaning, and you just informed me what it was. That was all.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, hearing examiner Ryan. Mr. Hatterley, any questions for Mr. Sanders on redirect?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from any party based on my questions or hearing examiner Ryan's question? Hearing none. Thank you again, sir. Appreciate your participation. You are excused subject to the putting Exhibit 15 into the Dropbox, the corrected version, and subject to bench request 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe now we are at our luncheon hour, and we are recessed until 1:30. We'll come back, and I believe that the next witness is gas company witness Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are at 1:30. Mr. Lee,
Yes, ma'am. I'm
are we
ready.
ready? Excellent. Okay, let's go back on the record from our luncheon recess. Mr. Dome, Mr. Haverly, I believe the next witness is Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am, and I have this witness.
All right,
Uh,
sir.
Do we want to swear the witness, ma'am?
You just want to state his name for the record?
Yes. Will you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Raymond Sanchez.
And your
Yes.
position, please?
My position is Vice President of Operations.
Mr. Lee, would you swear Mr. Sanchez, please?
Sir, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Doman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sanchez, you have in front of you NMGC exhibit number 17. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do. This is my direct testimony.
And was this prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do not.
Is this testimony true and correct?
Yes.
If I asked you these same questions today, would you provide the same answers in response?
Yes, sir.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I will represent that this is the exhibit that was placed in the Dropbox. And with that, ma'am, I would move for the admission of NMGC exhibit number 17, the direct testimony and exhibit of Raymond G. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Doman. Gas Company Exhibit 17, Mr. Sanchez, direct testimony as verified by him here today upon no objection by any party and in accordance with the order requiring testimony to be put in the Dropbox as verified by counsel for Gas Company. Exhibit 17 is admitted.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would tender Mr. Sanchez for further examination.
Very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanchez. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I know in your testimony as Vice President of Operations for Gas Company, the purpose of your testimony is set forth on page 2, is to describe and support additional operations employees that Gas Company was requesting to add in 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of those, you testify on page 3 that there are 7 employees that you would like to see added in your area of responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And I know some of the testimony, both written and oral testimony so far, concerning Gas Company's operations and the emphasis that it places on customer service. I'm wondering whether or not the requests that you're making are affected by the stipulation.
Yes, they are. We have agreed to defer these positions until 2023. I believe in our original, I was asking to get these by 2023, and I believe we've deferred these after the 2023 time period, or into the 2023 time period.
Is that negatively going to affect your ability to provide customer service?
No, currently we're able to operate safely, reliably, and continue to provide that level of service that our customers have been relying on.
Well, I note on page 6 of your testimony, when you are describing why you wanted to add another customer service representative, you indicated at beginning at line 8 that of the customer service representatives you have in the Northeast service area, you were requesting, I guess, that another would be added to the Clovis office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
and saying that, since that office is understaffed, and if the representatives are trying to float and cover for each other, then sometimes the Clovis office might need some more help, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So are you just going to continue in that shuffling if you're not going to be able to add that new customer service representative?
So we will continue to do that. That'll be one avenue that we take, as well as the supervisor in the Clovis customer service center there. He can also assist if we run into that staffing problem. But our desire is to continue to send those folks out from Clovis to assist the other areas, say if there's sickness or if there's a vacation time that comes up. But yes, we'll continue to do that. And it's happened, a couple of times, maybe 4 or 5 times, but we're able to assist through that supervisor as well.
And Mr. Sanchez, are you aware of what I call the gas company's fourth modification to its application?
Is this I may know it as a fourth errata? Is that what we're?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are the employees that gas company is claiming basically were poached by the lab? Were those employees within your group?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they do?
Pardon me. Predominantly, those employees were service techs. Those are our employees, and I'm trying not to speak so fast because I tend to speak too fast, but those service techs are the individuals who would be going into the homes, for example, to work on gas leaks, to install residential meters, and they would do the same in Espanola and Santa Fe. But predominantly, those were the folks that we talked about that were taken in that 1-day time period with no notice. I believe 4 of those were service techs, and 1 is what we call an ops rep. An ops rep is basically a jack of all trades, for lack of a better word or description. And an ops rep can do service tech work as well as assist in our construction activities and into meter reading as well.
So are those skilled positions? And by that, I mean, do you have to have a training and or experience component? In other words, what would the qualifications be if you were going to hire what did you call some kind of tech?
A service tech. Yes.
Service tech.
So a service tech, if he or she were to come into the company, would require at least 2 years of experience with the company. And then they would also have to get what's called a journeyman's gas fitter license. And that
also have to get
a journeyman's gas fitters license. And I may have said a JGL. I'm not sure if I did or not, but it's a journeyman's gas fitters license.
And where does one get one of those?
That's through the state, and that requirement is all through the, I believe it's the called the Regulation and Licensing Department with the state of New Mexico.
And what kind of qualifications does one have to get that kind of license?
Really, it's the 2 years of experience working in that type of industry. So for us, it would be just working with the gas industry for 2 years, Potentially, if somebody came in with a plumbing background, and if they had been doing plumbing for 2 years, that would be accepted as well through the state. And then they would still have to get that specific license, that specific journeyman's gas fitters license. And
Okay.
those individuals who were taken by the labs, they all had the JGL, or that journeyman's gas fitters license. Additionally, the labs, after they took those folks, they were then going after some of my construction employees, and those employees had welding experience. And then I come to find out that they were also looking for administration people as well. So we were having, we were in a bind. They were kind of looking at what potentially could be going in the future. And I wasn't the only one, of course. We saw that with our contractors, the city of Espanola, the city of Santa Fe. Many others were losing folks to the labs at that time.
Do you have any explanation as to why all of a sudden the lab's trying to take everybody's employees?
I have what I've heard, so I can, what I've heard is that they received a new contract from the government, and they were looking to employ, this number is, again, a number that I was given by some of my employees, that they were looking for upwards of 200 individuals.
Well, so if we're all looking for a job here in the future, we need to call the lab, huh?
Well, they're paying well.
Did you try to communicate with them and say, don't tread on me? Don't try to go after my employees?
No, ma'am. Not quite sure that would have been received very well.
Maybe not, but you lost how many employees in one day? 4?
5 in one day.
4. So you lost 4 of these service techs, and you lost an ops.
An ops rep, yes.
And what's the qualification for a ops rep?
So an ops rep is a little bit different. An ops rep, once they become a senior, then they can actually do the work of a service tech. And so they would require then the JGL, or the journeyman's gas fitters license. Prior to that, we don't have any time requirements. It's basically just the operator qualification that they would have to gain through the company for particular jobs that they would do.
So you would train, if somebody came and said, I'd like a job, and you thought based on an interview or whatever, then you would train that person to be an ops rep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have like grades of them or a classification of your employees?
I do, and I don't know if I can, I would probably get it wrong if I told you exactly who's where, but an ops rep would be less than a service tech because they don't have that requirement first. And then we have a senior ops rep who would then be somewhat similar
I'm sorry. And then we have.
Then we have a senior ops rep. That senior ops rep would be very similar to a service tech. And then within the service tech realm, we have another level called a senior service tech.
Okay. And the employees that quit were an ops rep and 4
service tech. They're either service techs or senior service techs.
Okay.
I haven't differentiated between those two.
Since you immediately, the company, what the testimony I've heard, the company's focus now has shifted since the original application. And you're offering more money to your service techs and ops rep, or just the service techs?
Service techs, ops reps, some of our construction folks as well. So we really had to focus our efforts on who the labs may be taking. And it was a large number of folks, of course. So we did have to take steps to offer and at least make it competitive. We weren't able to say meet all of those numbers, but we were able to make it competitive to the point that we've kept the remaining folks, and then we were able to attract folks to backfill those positions.
Did you get any of the 5 people back?
No, unfortunately, what happened is they gave us no notice. So they quit on a Friday, which was effective on Monday. And they chose not to return. We were able to keep everybody else who was looking and was interviewing. So we were successful in that aspect as far as to retain the folks who had stayed.
So basically what I'm hearing you say is because they quit you without notice, you didn't offer them their jobs back.
No, I did not offer them their jobs back. Had they come back, we would have probably considered it, but they made it pretty well known that they were taking off. We had discussions with them prior to them leaving, letting them know, give me some time. Let me see.
Oh, okay. So you knew when they all quit on the same day, I mean, you had some kind of notice that they were
Well,
going to leave.
They told us that day, and I was in contact with my manager. So as I told my manager, let them know, give me a little bit of time and let me see what I can do. They didn't do that.
Okay. So I kind of wanted to ask about that because part of what's being asked for to have this additional 4%. I wondered, I think it says an additional $2.1 million as a supplemental pay program. And I guess from you, I'd just like to know whether or not yeah, the 2.1 would be the additional 4%. And based on you already had a 5%, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then an additional 4%. But this is the 5% potentially for everybody?
Yes.
But is the 4% potentially for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just then for a particular the service techs and the operations rep. Potentially, all your other employees could get 4% too, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And was there not a way to just incentivize certain positions? Or why did you choose to offer the 4% to potentially to all the employees?
So we looked at in North Central specifically, I could talk about that. The individuals in North Central, they originally, they being Los Alamos Labs, were coming after the service techs. And then they were expanding their reach and trying to go after the ops reps. And then they expanded yet again and were going after the construction individuals. They first started with those who had welding experience. And this is all probably in a 2 to 3 week time period. Then they started offering positions to those without a welding experience. And then they started going after supervisors and administrative folks, my designers, project managers, and they were, like I said, expanding into the administrative field. So also potentially some of the CSRs in Espanola. So I had to make a much more just wide-ranging offer to folks. And so I was able to identify based on the pay and the likelihood of them going, So we have a range of that supplemental pay, anywhere from 8% to 40%. And it was based on their pay that they are currently making, the likelihood of them leaving, but basically just trying to retain them and offer them something that would even keep them from thinking about going. So we did a bit of work on this one and some analysis. I met with each employee individually, asking them to continue to give me some time so I could work through this and get some idea of their likelihood of going. Some of these individuals, of course, the money that was being offered was quite high. So that basically made me have to offer quite a bit more for some individuals, specifically those service techs and ops reps. Those are the folks who were getting that 40% type of supplemental pay.
Okay, but again, just to clarify, the additional 4% merit is available to all 700
Yes.
company employees. correct?
Yeah, that's what I did in North Central, but we're seeing a lot of this throughout the company, especially, and everybody might know, now coming out of COVID, we've got a lot of people that are being offered jobs that can work from home. So it's really, the market is no longer a local market. We're seeing a national market for a lot of administrative or office employees.
Okay. That was the question I had for you, sir. Hearing examiner Ryan, any questions for Mr. Sanchez?
Just a few. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Sanchez, I just wanted, if you could just give me a sense of this. For instance, when you identify that you have 2 line locators that you believe you need in your area of responsibilities, I'm just looking at page 3 here. I'm not focused on any specific testimony. I just want to ask you, how did you go about identifying that the 2 line locators were needed? Like, what was the exigency that prompted you to say, hey, we need these people?
Certainly. So I first reached out to my directors and then the managers of all of my areas, asking, okay, guys, where are we on this? What is your resource? I mean, of course, throughout the years, I always hear that we're understaffed. And my biggest thing is, are we showing a lot of overtime? What's the turnover there? And so we start out with that conversation. But basically this in Metro, we're seeing a lot of construction. And so one of these positions was for Metro and one was for the Northwest. The Northwest is Farmington, Gallup, Grants, Chama, and Cuba. And that's a large area. So in the Northwest area, we're seeing a lot of growth in Farmington. We're also seeing some growth in Gallup and Grants. And so we had one locator and one person who was locating part-time, basically. So his job was, I believe, as a construction individual who was doing line locates as time permitted. And so that was pretty easy. Yep, that'd be a great one to have a full-time person able to do the line locates in the Northwest area. In Metro, we just have so much growth that an additional line locator would be helpful so that we're not doing the overtime and we're not coming up potentially to some of those time constraints. I'd like to get somebody so that we have that time that the guys don't feel quite so stressed and not quite so pressed to continue to just manage getting there on time, basically.
What's the overtime rate?
I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to look and see what it was back at the time, but
I'm just really more ballpark. I mean, is it like kind of time and a half? Is that how it works with the employees?
oh, the rate, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
rate,
yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, time and a half. Sorry.
Time and a half. So I guess that's interesting thought because, as you're identifying needs for your employees, if you don't fill the positions and you have to have folks working overtime, I mean, in some ways, the ratepayers are potentially penalized because you're paying those employees more to do work than it would be to just have the new employee come on board.
That's correct. And so currently, we are having some overtime there because I have a vacancy in Albuquerque of my current workforce. And so hence the reason why I'm focusing on filling those vacancies, and I can defer these ones because my first thing is, let me,
Sorry,
Get it.
filling those vacancies
and I can focus on the current Manning chart, basically, so that I can bring me up to speed on, or I'm sorry, just bring my numbers up to the current levels. And then I'll focus on additional after I do that. But I have a need just to fill the vacancies at this point.
Okay, and are there, and I don't need to get into any great detail, but there's similar considerations guide, sort of the identification of those other individuals listed there. Basically, you know, what are the hours coming back at, and what are the sort of system needs? I mean, is that really what you're
That's
looking
correct.
at?
Yes, for every single one. Other than like well, actually, yeah, all of those. I would, again, my vacancies are so high right now, unfortunately, that I'm having to refocus efforts on filling my current vacancies. And those vacancies are throughout the state, but that's really where my big effort is for those vacancies. And then I'm going to focus on these potential new positions in 2023.
2023. So in effect, the stipulation has just sort of pushed these folks down the line, more or less,
Right.
these hires.
Yes, it's allowed me to focus on those individuals who have actually either left or been promoted within the company that I have to backfill.
Okay. All right, that was the only question I have for you, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank
You
you.
are excused, sir.
Right, thank you very much.
Mr. Domi, Mr. Haverly, next witness.
Yeah, be Diana Harmio. Ms.
Very
Harmio.
well.
And she's ready.
ma'am, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harmio. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing great. And how
Excellent. I'm well. It's taken us to your witness 10. And you're our first lady. Looks like gas company and interveners must be very male centric. Go ahead, Mr. Domi.
Well, I guess I didn't realize that, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Oh.
We're going to enter a streak of several women here in a row, so that should balance that out a little bit. Go ahead and state your name and your position for the record, please, Diana.
My name is Diana Jaramillo. I am the Director of Customer Experience and CRM Strategic Solutions.
I'm sorry, ma'am. My name is Diane. I didn't hear your title.
Director of Customer Experience and CRM Strategic Solutions.
Thank you.
And just speak slowly. I put in front of you what has been marked as NMGC exhibit number 18. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that document?
It is my direct testimony.
Was this testimony prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, sir, it was.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
No, sir, I don't.
Is this testimony true and correct?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the same questions today, would you provide the same answers verbally?
Yes, sir.
And with that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I will represent that this is the document that was placed into the Dropbox, and I would move for admission of NMGC exhibit number 18.
Very well, Mr. Domi. New Mexico Gas Company exhibit 18. Ms. Jaramillo's direct testimony as verified by her here today. And as indicated by counsel for gas company exhibit 18 is in the Dropbox and will be admitted. Mr. Domi.
I With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would tender the witness for further examination.
Very well, thank you. Ms. Farmio, I sort of wanted to find out, and if you have you been listening to the testimony previously?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Oh, you know, the various groups have been coming in, and obviously your testimony was filed in response to the application, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And things change. Especially the stipulation has changed certain things in this particular case. And I'm just wondering, you testified that you were hoping to add 10 new employees in 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm wondering whether or not the stipulation is going to affect that testimony and the hiring of those 10 employees.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I wouldn't say that the stipulation has affected it. What I would say is the priority has changed since the filing of our original rate case. And right now, our focus is on filling the current vacancies and retaining the current employees.
So were these 10 employees that you are referring to on page 2 of your testimony, those would have been additional employees, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you plan on, whether it's pursuant to the stipulation or pursuant to the current composition of your group, do you still intend on trying to hire 10 additional employees?
Yes, ma'am, I do. At this point, just deferring them until I can focus on the current vacancies and filling those positions.
Do you have several vacancies right now?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
One of the areas that I just ask guest company witness about related to the customer service representative in the Clovis area. And you refer to customer service representatives for a new walk-in service center on page 3 of your testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And my understanding is that this new walk-in customer service center is going to be in your building, correct?
It will be here on the property of our headquarters building. Yes, ma'am.
Is that still a go, or has that been canceled or postponed?
It's been postponed.
Until when?
I don't have a date as of yet. As I said, we need to focus on getting our current positions filled, and then we will take a look at what makes sense and when the opportunity becomes available to open up a new walk-in center.
Well, is this particular plan being deferred at all by the revenue reduction in the stipulation?
I don't believe so.
Okay, it just seemed like, based on your testimony, you're talking about the importance on page 3, beginning lines 11, the gas company's headquarters building located in the Northeast Heights.
Located in the
Northeast Heights does not have a walk-in customer service center, but many customers go there attempting to make in-person payments, schedule service orders, and make other inquiries and requests. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So what happens to these people?
These customers will continue to be served as they are being served today. We have our walk-in office in the Rio Bravo our Rio Bravo walk-in office, which is in the southwest part of town. We also have the availability for all of the transactions to be handled over the telephone. We have some transactions that are available to be handled online. We have third-party payment centers in the area that customers can go make their payments at. So as they are being serviced today, they will continue to be serviced until we do open the office.
But specifically, what happens to these people that you're talking about that show up at the headquarters building?
Okay.
What happened? Where,
So usually they will speak with our security officer in front, and he will direct them to our Rio Bravo office. If they wanted to do their transactions in person, he will direct them to our third-party payment centers. If they want to make a payment, or he will direct them on to our call center over the phone.
So they don't make it into the building.
They make it past the first set of doors.
Okay. Okay. So there's not like a receptionist, or there's not, there's not anybody that can, like, even though that's not their job to do these things. So there's not somebody that can come down and help the people schedule service or make a payment.
Correct.
Okay. Well, it definitely seemed like it was potentially something important. So, hopefully the company's gonna continue to look at that, and especially as you testify on page 4, you've got additional space in the building that you could use. So, okay. Further on down on that page, also of importance, I thought, in your testimony, you indicate that one of the other positions that you would be seeking is a low-income project manager. And you describe this person from lines 8 through 17, and you say they're going to manage gas company's Heat New Mexico program, which is a program providing a system to income qualified residential customers. They'll be responsible to develop and outreach activities and programs, both internal and external community partners, for support and assistance to low-income customers. They're going to oversee development and management of an outreach program to effectively connect all low-income customer groups to New Mexico Gas Company and community assistance programs. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have one of those now?
So I don't have a full-time low-income program manager. Our low-income programs are basically being handled through a group of employees who have other responsibilities as well. But I do not have a full-time low-income program manager.
Is this also going to be deferred?
Yes.
How many customers do you think that might qualify or could benefit from these programs?
Well, currently we base the number of low-income customers within our service territory by the number of LIHEAP qualified customers that New Mexico Gas Company receives. And anywhere in a year, that's around 8,000 to 10,000 customers.
Do you think more potentially might be qualified if you had somebody in charge of the program that was working exclusively on assisting those customers?
I don't know the answer to that, as it would be a guess. I know that we can always do better. We can always, anytime, possibly reach out to more customers.
Well, I just wondered, since you proposed this testimony to hire one person rather than have 4 or 5. My understanding of your testimony is that 4 or 5 different people are contributing to the duties. Don't you think it might be more efficient to just have that one person?
Yes, it would be, Madam Hearing Examiner, and that is one position that I will be looking at, hopefully filling sooner than later.
Okay. Ms. Harnier, are you experiencing the same? You're talking about trying to retain people and fill the vacancies that you have, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you also experiencing the same kind of situation that Mr. Sanchez just testified about, where other entities are trying to hire people away from you?
No, ma'am, I'm not experiencing the same as Mr. Sanchez is. What I experience is a little bit different than what Mr. Sanchez experienced.
Okay, could you explain, please?
So within customer service, most people use this as a door into the company, as a foot into the company. And so my employees that come in through most commonly the call center or customer service, they actually move within the company to other areas.
So you're losing people to promotion?
To promotion, yes, ma'am, and to other areas.
Guess you probably wouldn't want to say, oh, no, you can't be promoted.
That's right. I don't think I'd be a very popular director.
Yeah, they might go work for the lab. Okay. The last question I had, Ms. Jaramillo, is one of the positions that that you also said that you thought was necessary. On page 7 of your testimony, there's a bullet point at line 9 that you're going to add a web design. Was that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that not a service that you get from TICO? Or from some other affiliate?
No, ma'am, it's not.
I'm assuming that gas company has a website.
We do have a website, and it's currently, we don't have the expertise. We don't have a web designer. That spot is currently being filled with someone from IT, as well as on consultation from our our communications department and each individual department.
And that service is not offered through your parent company or another affiliate?
No, ma'am, it's not.
Huh, interesting. Okay. Do you think that position would be filled before any of the other positions that you've testified about?
No, ma'am, as my priority would be the low-income program manager. That would be the first one that I would fill.
Very well, Ms. Jaramillo, that's all the questions that I have for you. Hearing Examiner Ryan, do you have any questions for Ms. Jaramillo?
You covered all the topics I was going to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jaramillo. Good luck in the retention and on hiring, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Dome?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Your next witness is gas company witness Wilcox.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go get her right now and bring her down. She's
Very
not
well.
here yet.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Peter Gould.
Hello there, Mr. Gould. How are you?
I am good. And thank you for a very informative hearing so far. Will
You liked the part about the pigs, didn't you?
I did. I love that because I was thinking it looked like a pig. That's what.
You're thinking like Wilbur of Charlotte's Web.
I was. As a matter of fact, I'd actually was going to talk to Tom and see if I could go out and watch him put one in the system. I think that'd be an interesting exercise.
You know, and that would be, you know, actually, I know we don't get to do those kind of things anymore. And I realize there's the $5 latte rule and that kind of thing, but I can remember being really excited decades ago when I don't know that they were Quest yet, could have still been US West, but there was a little tour thing that we got to go on, and we actually got to go to Santa Fe, Maine, and see that, and we got to go we were under Cerrillos Road, actually walking in a tunnel, you know, and you actually got to see the components of the communication system. And I've often thought, you know, that those kind of experiences, I think, if they were available to, you know, to the staff and you know, and the usual interveners, then it would all help us be educated.
My question is whether we'll be in a position at the end of the day, whether you and Hearing Examiner Ryan will be, to indicate when you might need my witness available so that there's not any downtime in trying to get a hold of him and get him on the Zoom platform.
I'm really thinking tomorrow.
Okay, I will tell him to be prepared for the afternoon.
I mean, essentially, we have looks like we have 5 more gas company witnesses. And we don't have an issue about scheduling with the staff witness anymore. So I think the only witness that have constraints on that we have to make sure we get in tomorrow is Mr. O'Donnell. So I would see potentially tomorrow.
Would you want him to be ready to go in the morning, or can I tell him?
Well, it's hard to say at this point.
Okay.
Because I'll look at it more.
Okay, thank you.
And let you know. But I'm thinking after lunch.
Okay, I will. Yeah, I'm writing him an email to update him on some of the issues that have arisen, so he'll be better prepared to answer your questions and Hearing Examiner Ryan's on some of these matters. So I will include in that email that he should be available after 1:30 Mountain Time tomorrow.
Okay, and like I say, I'll look at it before
Okay, thank you.
before the end of the day, Mr. Gould, and perhaps I'll have a chance to during the break talk with Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
give you a better idea. Okay.
So
Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Tom Domi. So
Hi, Mr.
on
Domi.
that- How are you doing? On that point, I was thinking about the order of the New Mexico Gas Company witnesses throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow morning. And so we have witness Wilcox, and she has 4 pieces of evidence. And so,
Okay.
and then we have Mr. Jones, who's
Right.
subbed in for Leslie Nash and himself.
Right.
Then we have Dr.
I'm
Moran.
sorry.
and
I'm sorry, Mr. Dome, who substituted.
For Leslie Nash. I'm sorry, Leslie Nash. And then we have Dr. Moran, and
Right.
I have not yet signaled to Dr. Moran when he might be available, and I was wondering if we could, but I can call him and let him know. But we could also, we have witness Blotter, 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 and we have witness Buchanan.
Right.
And so I was just wondering, and I just thinking in my own head as to how we do this. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I mean, I can call Dr. Moore and tell him that he might go on. It's
Would you prefer to have him go first thing tomorrow?
Well, that's what I was thinking. It's easier for us to control our New Mexico Gas Company.
Okay.
And we can fill, I think, the rest of the day with those. And
Okay.
then we have Dr. Moran ready to go essentially first thing in the morning, which would be, I could tell him that, then he's ready to go. That may be the way to proceed.
Okay, and I don't have any objection to that. I can tell you, Mr. Domi, conversations that I've had with hearing examiner Ryan, and also considering the fact that there are numerous pages of bench requests that Dr. Moran has already answered hearing examiner Ryan's questions. I do not believe that the examination of Dr. Moran is going to take very long.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was going to be substantial. That's what my thinking was. Well, ma'am.
So in any case, I mean, you can tell him that.
Yes, I will.
And again, we can put him, because he's in Canada, right?
Yes, he's in Nova
Okay.
Scotia, so he's the 3 hour ahead witness.
Right. So, it might make more sense to have him, first thing tomorrow.
But ma'am, when he said he will go on whenever you want him.
I understand.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he's ready to go, but he is the 3 hour ahead witness. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, is that okay with you, hearing examiner Ryan?
It's fine.
Okay. So, yeah, that's fine. We can in the order, move Dr. Moran to the end of, gas company witnesses.
Okay, I think that would
Okay.
be good. Okay, then
All right.
we have witness Wilcox, ma'am. And there she is.
There you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Would you swear the witness, Mr. Lee?
Ma'am, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Wilcox, go ahead and state your name and your position for the record, please.
I'm Denise Wilcox, and I'm Vice President of Human Resources and Corporate Security.
Now, ma'am, you have in front of you NMGC exhibit number 19. Is that correct?
I do.
And what is that?
It's my direct testimony and exhibits.
And that's the direct testimony in support of the application?
Yes,
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
yes,
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do not.
Is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
If I asked you these same questions today on the stand, would your answers be the same?
yes,
You have in front of you exhibit number 21. Is that correct?
yes.
And what is exhibit number 21?
It's my supplemental testimony in response to the ordering requiring New Mexico Gas to submit evidence.
And I used the wrong number. I'm sorry. That's exhibit number 20, is it not?
Yes,
Was exhibit number 20, that is that supplemental testimony in response to order requiring NMGC to submit evidence, was that prepared by you or at your direction?
yes,
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
And is that testimony true and correct?
Yes,
If I asked you those questions today on the stand, would your answers be as written?
correct.
I have in front of you also NMGC exhibit number 21. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
I do.
And what is that exhibit?
That is direct testimony of mine in support of stipulation.
And was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
And is that testimony true and correct?
Yes,
If I asked you those same questions today on the stand, would your answers be as written?
yes,
And then finally, you have in front of you NMGC exhibit number 22. Is that correct?
yes.
And what is exhibit number 22?
That is my testimony in response to the hearing examiner's June 6th bench request.
Very well. And was that prepared by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to NMGC exhibit number 22?
No,
If I asked, is that true and correct?
yes,
If I asked you those same questions today on the stand, would your answers be as written?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of NMGC exhibits number 19, 20, 21, and 22, and I will represent to the hearing examiners and to all parties that those are the exhibits that were deposited in the Dropbox.
Thank you, Mr. Dome. New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 19, Ms. Wilcox direct testimony in support of the application as verified by her here today with an agreement for no objections and a verification from counsel for gas company that Exhibit 19 is in fact the version in the Dropbox is admitted. Gas Company Exhibit 20. Ms. Wilcox supplemental testimony in response to order requiring gas company to submit evidence as verified by her here today, along with the no objection agreement and assertion from gas company counsel that the version of Exhibit 20 is in the Dropbox is admitted. Gas Company Exhibit 21, Ms. Wilcox direct testimony in support of the stipulation as verified by her here today and subject to the verification from the attorney that this version is in the Dropbox and pursuant to the agreement of no objection. Exhibit 21 is admitted. Gas Company Exhibit 22, Ms. Wilcox testimony in response to the hearing examiner's June 6th bench request. Subject to her verification, a no objection agreement, and assertion from counsel that the correct version of Exhibit 22 is in the Dropbox is admitted. Mr. Dome.
Madam Hearing Examiner, with that, I will tender the witness for examination.
Very well. Ms. Wilcox, my understanding you are the Vice President of Human Resources and Corporate Security. Is that correct?
Yes, madam.
Is that different from, I heard from one of the witnesses earlier today about like cybersecurity.
Yes,
Is-
ma'am.
How
It's
are they? Okay, tell me how they're different.
The corporate security area that I oversee is in line with physical security of our facilities and also physical security of our pipelines.
Okay. So you're in charge of secret stuff that we can't know about. Is that right?
I think I said that in my testimony, ma'am.
I seem to recall a number of years ago, I did a swap some lines, and it could have been electric lines and not gas lines. But somebody was, I think it was a co-op maybe, who was swapping something with Lanel. And I wanted a map to show me exactly what was happening or whatever. And all of a sudden I got yelled at saying it was super secret stuff. And, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to know that. I don't want that. So
I don't
So
think I'm
that's-
going to yell at you today.
okay. Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. But you are in charge of, all levity aside, you are in charge of the security, not only of the physical facilities of gas company like the headquarters building, but all of the transmission and distribution facilities?
Yes, certain pipelines, security. Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony has changed from your initial testimony, correct?
Correct.
Your to the stipulation testimony. I'll just go through a little bit of the questions that I had for you initially.
Okay.
And I just wanted a clarification to your testimony on page 5, where you're detailing the compensation components, and at line on page 5, lines 7 through 9, certain jobs classifications, some employees are eligible for overtime and or shift differential pay. Are these like salary employees or hourly employees?
They are hourly employees that are eligible for overtime and or shift differential.
And what is shift differential pay?
We have team members who work like a graveyard shift. So they get a shift differential, or we have ones that would work. Sometimes they call it a swing shift. We call it a second shift, and they also get a shift differential for work shift.
Is that more money or less money than a
More
person
money.
who works? So if you work non-traditional hours, you're going to make more than somebody who works an 8 to 5 type shift.
Correct.
Correct. And you go on to say benefits include all indirect and non-cash compensation. And then you talk about the non-cash, like life insurance and time off. And you say all employees receive benefits. And do you have, are all your employees full-time employees, or do you actually have part-time employees?
We actually have, I believe, 3 part-time employees at New Mexico Gas who work at least 20 hours a week.
Do you offer any, I don't know, like internship programs or job sharing programs?
In the past, we've offered internships. We partnered with like the University of New Mexico State, or New Mexico Tech. But currently, we don't have any interns in place right now.
Okay. So then you go on page 5, and you're talking about the company's short-term incentive plan, which you call a STIP, STIP. And you say it's an incentive plan that compensates employees for the achievement of annual company objectives, correct?
Correct.
So are these annual company objectives within the control of the employees?
I would say yes. The company on an annual basis develops goals and objectives. And some of the goals, I'll give you one example, is in the call center, they have speed of answer for the telephones. So the goal or the metric is set, and then it is in the control of the employees who work there to, answer the phone within a certain amount of time.
Well, I guess what I'm just wondering also is that, for example, if the company goal was 95% of the calls are answered within the first 30 seconds, say, and you had, half of the employees whose job that is to do that, completed that, but the other half didn't, would, since that's a company-wide goal, would nobody qualify for the STIP?
No, all employees would participate in the program. So if that metric was met, it would be all employees under that plan would be eligible for
So, okay, so if I was, I think, I just heard testimony about the employees that were taken. And the ones that work out in the field, would they be eligible if the metric was met? The customer service answering metric was met, would those employees also be eligible for the STIP?
Yes.
Okay. And if there were STIPs that were related to in the field, not STIPs, if there were company objectives that related to field service work, then the customer service people, and they were met, then the customer service persons would receive the STIP.
That is correct.
How do you notify the employees of the annual company objective?
A communication is sent out directly from the president, notifying employees and conveying or relaying the goals and objectives for the year. Performance coaches, which are supervisors, managers, and above, also do regular updates. We have a monthly update on our goal progress, and employees then get that information, and it's also posted on our intranet. So an employee can go into the company intranet and look at the status of our goals, whether we're on track to meet or we're at risk.
And then who makes the final determination whether or not, I mean, what if there were 10 goals and only 6 were achieved? Are they going to get, does that determine whether the STIP gets paid at all or the amount of the STIP?
It's determined by the amount of the STIP. Each goal has a certain percentage tied to it. So if some goals are met, you would get that percentage, and if some goals are not met, it's subtracted from the total amount, the target amount.
So can you ballpark me like what what, either in a monetary amount or a percentage?
Sure. The majority of our employees are at 6% target for their short-term incentive plan. Supervisors are at 7% at target. Manager range at 15%, director at 20%.
Of their base pay, or?
Yes, of their, well, we call it eligible earnings. For salaried employees, it really translates into base pay, but for hourly employees, it also includes their overtime.
Oh, okay. So potentially this could be a nice addition to one's salary.
Absolutely. Yeah, our compensation is the three components as I described in my testimony. It's the base salary, plus the benefits, plus the incentive pay.
And does this get paid in a lump sum at the end of the year, or?
Well, the goals, at the end of the year, the calculation is made. We typically pay around the end of February, beginning of March timeframe. And it does get paid in a lump sum.
But you also have on page 6, you have a long-term incentive program, correct?
That is correct.
And does it operate the same way as the short term?
The long-term incentive is more based on like performance share and restricted share units. And it's only for director level and above employees. So it would be the directors and the officers. And I do want to add to that question is that the long-term incentive is based on the achievement of 3-year performance objectives.
Yes, I see that on lines 2 and 3 of page 6 of your testimony. And are those different performance objectives than the company's annual performance objectives?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give me a percentage potential on that one?
At the director level, it's 20%. And then officers, it depends on their position.
And how often is this paid?
This is paid, well, if you are already in the plan and then the 3 years has, like the tranche, the third tranche has performed, then you'd get paid that next year. But let me give you an example. If I started this year and I got an award for LTIP, it wouldn't pay out until, the 3 years has to pass and then I get a payout. And LTIP is typically designed for retention, to retain employees.
Okay, so in your example, if the director met the 3 years, you get paid on the 4th year. Does it start all over again, or does your 2nd year become your 1st year in the next potential long-term incentive?
Yes, it keeps on. Every year you get a grant, so it just keeps on rolling every, so if once you start receiving your first payment on that 4th year, then the next year you get the next payment from the 2nd year. You're exactly correct, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay, and would that director also then be potentially eligible for both long and short-term STIPs?
That is correct.
Further on your testimony at page 7, you were saying that historically the company had a 3% merit, but now that has been escalated to 5% in the future test year, correct?
Correct.
And then in basically that was done, you testify on page 8, many factors, including inflation and general economic conditions, as well as anticipated wage and salary increases in similarly situated or competitive industries. How did you make that determination?
So basically, we looked at what we were seeing in the market, and we looked at other analyses done by other experienced human resource professionals. So there's a lot of factors. We saw what employees were demanding that started to work for, that started to, let me go back. So we started to see demands from employees when we were hiring them, that they wanted more money. We also looked at the, inflation, as you mentioned. And then we looked at market data, which showed us that similarly situated or other employers, that the labor, the escalator was increasing above the 3%.
Was the 5% that the company chose an average? Was it on the high end of a range, the low end of a range?
I would say that it was what we were seeing based on the factors that I previously stated. The 3% merit increase or the 3% labor escalator was just too low. And we met, the executive team, the executive leadership, and we landed on the 5%.
And I guess I'm just wondering, because of the information contained in what New Mexico Gas Company referred to as a fourth errata, but I refer to as the fourth supplemental. You're familiar with that?
Yes, Adam.
And as a matter of fact, you actually sponsored that revision.
Yes, I did.
And so my understanding is the company saying, due to these circumstances that have occurred, we need to pay more money to try to retain the employees, correct?
Correct.
And so, in essence, instead of a 5% merit, you're adding 4% more, so it would be a 9% merit, correct?
Not that, I wouldn't characterize it that way. So
okay, tell me what it means.
Yeah, so the 5% is basically what we would classify as our annual merit bucket. Okay. And the additional 4%, I believe Mr. Sanchez stated that it applies across the company. But what we are intending for that 4% is to give the company flexibility and the money to address the needs as they arise throughout the state, to selectively apply it to keep employees. So to retain our employees. So I wouldn't characterize it as a 4% across the board for all employees.
Okay. Well, the notice filing says additional 4% merit on top of the current request for a 5% merit for a total request of 9% increase in the merit compensation. But the company elected to request an additional increase in a merit increase currently sought in this case because it is a mechanism that applies across the company, gives the company the flexibility and funds to address needs as they arise and allows for understandable model changes. So what you're saying is, yeah, it's a 9% merit, but the answer that it applies to all the employees is not necessarily true, correct?
Correct. If you
So
read,
you're saying 5% merit applies to all employees,
correct,
but the additional 4% potentially is only going to apply to the retention and employment policies that the company makes, right? It's going to be discretionary.
exactly, it's going to be selectively applied to address the areas where,
Well, and okay,
yeah,
where,
retention or replacement is most affected.
right, and see that brings me around to the question, because he did not answer it the way that I thought he was going to answer it. So now you get to answer his question. Now that I know that it's not going to apply to all. And my question is, how do you think the rest of your employees are going to respond that some of them are eligible for 4% more merit and they're not?
That is a good question. I think in terms of, the 4%, it might be like the supplemental pay. I'm going to give you some examples where I see it applying. We may use it to match offers that employees are getting from other employers. We have done that in 3 instances. It may be used for a retention bonus if someone's, asked to leave and we want to retain them. So I think it's going to come in different forms of compensation to different employees. And we, evaluate that when it's presented in front of us. The other thing that we're looking at right now is we're looking at some mid-year adjustments. When our employees typically come into the company and they're new to their role, they're lower in the compensation range. They're like between 80 and 90. And we're looking at that right now of giving those employees a mid-year adjustment to bring them up in the compensation range for their pay grade.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask on page 10. So I guess to wrap up that line of inquiry, the company believes that its policies and procedures and compensation strategies are going to be able to deal with perhaps any ill feelings that employees might have about not being potentially eligible for all bonuses.
Yes.
Or
Merit, yeah.
Okay. You'll deal with it when it happens, basically. Or if it happens.
If it happens, yes.
Okay. I noticed that one of the benefits that you indicate on page 10 of your testimony at line 6 is that you offer an educational assistance program.
That is correct.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes. all employees who are going for a degree program are eligible for $5,250 a year. That is under guidelines established by the IRS. We also have a pool of money available for employees who are going to non-degree classes, and they're eligible for up to $1,100 a year to take non-degree classes to improve their skills, get certifications, and other, classes that they're interested in taking.
Would that include that certification that the field workers have to have, that I heard testimony earlier about?
Yes, some aspects. Mr. Sanchez talked about the journeyman gas fitters license.
Yes.
And so that's a non-degree type class. So the employee would be eligible if they needed the training or they needed to pay for the fees to get the certification, and then their annual licensing fees. There's annual licensing fees, or I think maybe they're every 3 years in that area.
And you provide reimbursement for that?
Absolutely.
Do they have like continuing education or continuing practical application seminars?
Yes, they do. And I can't specifically speak to the journeyman gas fitters, but I know the company has offered technical training in that area to keep current. But there's other employees in the company that have certifications. I'll give myself for an example. I have 2 certifications in HR, and the company provides the financial resources for me to take continuing ed classes to keep up the certifications.
And so you get reimbursement for that?
Yes.
So I know you go through the talk about the 32 employees, and I think you've probably heard, I've been asking the different groups about certain employees that the direct testimony seemed to be pretty compelling from the company about the need for the positions. Do you have any concerns, Ms. Wilcox, that if you're going to give up on these 32 positions, that there's been testimony of the importance to the company, that there might be some detrimental effect by not adding those positions?
I'm really comfortable with the approach that the company is taking. We all are committed to maintaining the service to our customers. And I think, we're going to manage the business. And, as many of the witnesses stated, we're just going to defer filling some or all of these 32 new positions. Our focus right now is on retaining our employees. And we anticipate that will continue into the future. So I think, we just shifted our focus in this matter. But I'm comfortable with the approach that we are taking as senior leadership of the company.
Do you know what your current vacancy rate is right now?
I don't know the percent off the top of my head. We have about 90 vacancies right now.
Because it seems like I read testimony that you're, I don't want to characterize it incorrectly, but it seemed to me like it was around 56.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Is that ring a bell?
Yeah. When I want to say in the month of December, our vacancies elevated to about 50 coming out of COVID. And prior to that, for many years, we saw our average vacancies around 36. Our vacancies have increased now, and I think that aligns to our focus on, filling our current vacancies and retaining our employees.
Well, is there anything else that you can point to? You know, as to why that, you know, that you have the vacancy number that you do?
All of what I read in discussion with my colleagues, we are not alone in this. Employers everywhere are facing challenges in attracting talent. Coming out of COVID, we've had lower applicant pools. And if I had the magic, the crystal ball, I would, I probably wouldn't be working here. I'd be somewhere. And I just think, it's just a lot of different things are occurring right now in the labor market. And, it's something that we really haven't seen. In my experience, I've never seen such a challenging labor market right now as we are experiencing.
What tools do you do for recruitment?
We do, we're connected through Indeed. We have a special focused LinkedIn account. We haven't done a lot of what I would call active recruiting because coming out of COVID, job fairs, they weren't even offering them. But we will engage in those. We also subscribe to Circa, which is a local job network that goes to every area of the state. We work with Department of Workforce Solutions. We do, like if we're trying to recruit like a CPA employee, we partner with what I would call industry associations like the American Gas Association, the Society of Professional Engineers, the Society of Certified Public Accountants. So we're doing everything that we really have, every tool we're utilizing to try to attract our talent to our company.
Can you spell Circa?
It's all caps, CIRCA.
Thank you.
Do you trade either on a temporary or permanent basis employees with any of the affiliates?
We don't really trade. We've had some of our employees have left New Mexico Gas to go down to Florida to work in People's Gas. Going from Canada to the US to work here, requires visas and things like that. But, they're also facing, I'm in regular discussions with my counterpart at Emera, and they're experiencing the same labor market challenges that we are in the US.
Are you seeing any TICO or People's employees in Florida that want out of there and want to move to New Mexico?
Very infrequent. Very.
Oh, speaking of coming out of COVID, does the company reimburse for any COVID expenses that the employee might have?
Could you provide
Any
clarification?
testing requirements or I don't know, do you require your employees to wear masks or get tested or anything like that?
We did have testing protocols in place up until June 6th, where you had to either be vaccinated or go through weekly testing. We have reduced those protocols and we follow state guidance. We're still required by the state of New Mexico to report our positives, employee positives. We do have nurse management care for our employees. So if our employees are experiencing symptoms or they test positive or have an exposure to someone who tested positive, we refer them to nurse management, and they work with them to make sure they're okay to return to the workplace.
But if they had to pay for any tests or mask or anything like that, did you reimburse those?
We did up and through December 31st of last year. Our medical plan covered COVID expenses. But there is a lot of free testing in New Mexico, either at-home tests or through, the Department of Health offers statewide free testing for anybody.
Okay. I'd like to go on and look at your testimony in support of the stipulation. And I have a question on page 5 of that testimony. And that is Exhibit 21. And you indicate, and you're talking about the lab, basically taking your employees. Can you say at lines 10 through 12, we learned that the contractors for Lano were offering wage and benefit packages significantly higher, as much as 30 to 40% than those offered by gas company for comparable positions. That's your testimony?
Yes.
How do you think they could offer that?
That's a really great question. We know that they had the employees that we say the word poached, were probably making around 67, 68,000, and they received offers from Lano ranging about $100,000 to $110,000 per year on the base salary alone. I don't know how they can offer that.
Do you think that was a legitimate offer?
I do.
Okay, so you don't think somebody was just saying, trying to get a raise by making up that number?
No, I believe it was a legitimate offer because, that was the word we were hearing it from other sources as well, that they were offering these really high packages to work at the labs.
Okay. And just for clarification of the record on page 8 of your testimony, you're explaining the vacancy rate on page 8. Beginning at line 7, you're saying anticipated vacancies typically in the range of 36. However, in 20 and 21 range closer to 50, and you are expecting 50 in 2023. But what you're saying as of today, it's 90.
Correct.
And if I could just get a clarification on page 9, the question posed at line 6 and 7, what is the last action the company is proposing to take to control labor costs? And then you answer beginning on line 8, gas company is proposing to defer increasing the STIP for employees in grades 5, 6, and 7 from 6 to 10% in 2023. That's your testimony?
Correct.
What is that the short term or the long term?
That is the short-term incentive.
And these, I don't think you're talking about junior high. So
Okay.
what is a grade 5, 6, and 7?
Okay, so in our grade structure, for other than officer level position, our grades range from 1 to 11. So I had previously shared that most of our employees are in the 6% STIP target. Those include grades 5 and 6. Our supervisors are grade 7. And so those grades right now are at 6% target for STIP. And we have proposed moving them to 10%. But that is, we're going to defer that.
How do you think that's going to go over?
I don't know if, how should I say? I don't know if if the employees know that's what market shows. We have reviewed market and that's what it's showing in market. I think, we'll try to focus on increases to the base pay, as I talked about earlier, moving people within their range. I think with the 5% merit increase proposed, I think that'll address some of those concerns that employees may have.
Does Gas Company do like any, I don't know, but do people put things in the want ads of the newspaper anymore?
We have occasionally in the smaller regional areas.
Like the Los Alamos newspaper?
I'm not sure which papers we've advertised in, but I want to say we've done one in the Southeast. I don't know if it was in Lovington or Carlsbad, but when applicants apply, they can indicate where they heard about the job or where they learned about the job. We get very few people saying that they heard about it through the newspaper. Typically it's word of mouth or people go online to learn about our jobs.
Do you do any kind of encouragement for current employees to try to recruit?
That's interesting that you bring that up, because a lot of our employees or applicants come to us as referrals, and we are looking into whether there would be opportunity to do like an employee referral bonus. So if somebody referred someone and they actually got hired, so the HR leads from the different affiliates, we're looking at that. That's on our radar to look at. So I think it's interesting, Madam Hearing Officer, that you raised that.
Well, I'm just wondering, I know that I think the last time that I heard something about like that was somebody was trying to get me to get a credit card, and they got a referral credit on their credit card if I got whatever card that was. So I thought, well, if it's good enough for the credit card, maybe that might also be, especially if it's an employee. I mean, I'm assuming that that you think that all the employees are, have good judgment and are hardworking, and that might be a legitimate source.
Absolutely. And I think employees are a good source because they actually know about the work being performed, and they can, share their day in the life of working at New Mexico Gas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Wilcox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing Examiner Ryan?
Yeah, just a few questions. Ms. Wilcox, at the top of the stipulation testimony, 21, Exhibit 21, page 9, the paragraph, the top, it's your answer. While we proposed hiring these employees to enhance and improve service, the company anticipates deferring some or all of the 32 hirings. And then you say the company will work to do more with less in this challenging labor environment. And I've just listened to your discussion with hearing examiner Hurst and heard your explanation. I guess what I'd like you to ask is if you can address perhaps the most cynical view would be you never needed the positions in the first place. And what would you say in response to that if someone were to infer the company's willingness to stipulate to not have those 32 hirings as evidence that the 32 hirings aren't really necessary?
Well, I think we've shared that we do need those positions. I think, previously witness Sanchez and Jaramillo testified as well as Mr. Sanders. But I think what we're saying is that we just anticipate deferring some or all of them. We do need the employees, but our focus right now is to retain the talent that we have and to try to fill the existing vacancies we have.
Okay. All right, well, Ms. Hurst covered all the other areas of subjects that I was going to ask about. Ms. Wilcox, so I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing examiner Ryan. Ms. Wilcox, thank you for your time.
Thank you,
You're
Madam.
excused.
And hearing examiner Ryan, thank you.
Thank you. You have another witness. Well, yes, you have another witness, Mr. Dome or Mr. Haverly.
So Madam Hearing Examiner, we can go grab Mr. Jones is up next, I believe, and we can have him on, or if you want to take the afternoon break, it's whatever your pleasure is.
How far away is he?
He's probably about 45 seconds.
Why don't we go ahead and try to get one more? I don't have many questions. I don't know, but Hearing Examiner Ryan, many questions for Mr. Jones?
Only a few.
Okay, yeah, let's try to get one more in, please.
Okay, we're getting him right now. And Madam Hearing Examiner, I just want to say real quickly procedurally, we had the same issue with Mr. Jones as we had with Mr. Sanders earlier. What we put in the Dropbox was the original testimony of Leslie J. Nash. It does not have the changed first few questions and answers. We will update that tonight by the end, so we'll have that in Dropbox today. I will go through Mr. Jones's testimony with him that he's adopting it and similar to Mr. Sanders, and I will offer it in that regard that pursuant to our uploading another version of that document. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to deductions from the legal fees. I'm glad I got some humor there.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, New Mexico Gas Company calls Matthew Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Sir, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Jones, would you please state your full name for the record?
Matthew Stephen Jones.
And Mr. Jones, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm legal counsel to New Mexico Gas Company.
Mr. Jones, in front of you, you have what has been marked as New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 23. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That is the direct testimony of Leslie J. Nash.
And Mr. Jones, have you adopted this testimony?
Yes, I have.
And Mr. Jones, have you, in a prior motion to substitute witnesses, have you prepared and answered several introductory questions and answers in regard to this testimony?
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed the remainder of what is New Mexico Gas Company exhibit number 23?
Yes, I have.
And if I were to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Do you have any corrections or changes to that testimony?
I do not.
Mr. Jones, if I asked you the same questions that exist in this current set of testimony, other than the introductory questions, would you provide me the same answers that are contained in that testimony?
Yes, I would.
And those answers would be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's correct.
Mr. Jones, I'm also going to hand you or put in front of you exhibit number 24. Do you recognize that testimony?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the answers to the June 6th bench requests.
Were these questions and answers prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, they were.
Are there any changes or corrections that you wish to make to this set of testimony?
No, sir.
If I asked you the same questions contained in this exhibit, would you provide me the same answers?
Yes, sir.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, with the proviso that we need to update the introductory Q&As, we would move for the admission of New Mexico Gas Company exhibit number 23 and exhibit number 24.
Thank you, Mr. Coverly. New Mexico Gas Company exhibit 23, Leslie J. Nash testimony now being adopted by Matthew S. Jones. As verified by the witness here today, and as substituted the beginning background information of Ms. Nash's for Mr. Jones upon the no objection agreement and the commitment by counsel for a gas company to provide the verified exhibit 23 into the Dropbox will be provisionally admitted. New Mexico Gas Company exhibit 24, Mr. Jones' testimony in response to the hearing examiner's June 6th bench request as verified by him here today, subject to the no objection agreement and the verification by gas company attorney that exhibit 24 is in fact in the Dropbox will be admitted. Mr. Howard.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions, and I tender the witness for further examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, your middle name, is it PH or V?
It's with a V, S-T-E-E-N.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, I know that you're adopting Ms. Nash's testimony. And have indicated that you are familiar with the testimony. You're in the general counsel's office for gas company?
I work in the legal department of the gas company, but my boss is Nicole Strasser, the general counsel.
Okay, so Ms. Nash is not your boss.
No, she is not.
And the testimony is comprised basically of, or the purpose is to provide legal expenses for the company, correct?
That is correct.
Or I should be more specific, litigation-related expenses?
Correct.
And so are these expenses that were incurred by the legal department of gas company externally when you have contracted work out for legal services, or both?
So they would be legal expenses that the company has incurred. The legal department's role in that process is retaining experienced and knowledgeable outside counsel and receiving and reviewing and approving their invoices and working directly with those external resources.
Right. So I'm wondering, like, how much litigation does the legal department actually do?
We do not litigate ourselves, as in myself as legal counsel of the gas company, don't enter an appearance in a litigated matter, but we work closely with our outside lawyers that we retain to litigate those matters on the company's behalf.
So basically, is your role more of a supervisory? I mean, after you enter into the contracts, let me even back up further than that. Do you actually do some kind of bid process or negotiate the contracts yourself?
Occasionally we do. We will, depending on the facts and circumstances involved, we will look at the outside lawyers that we have used in the past who have familiarity with the company and experience in a particular area. And if no one fits that bill, we may then interview several local counsels and inquire about rates and ultimately choose who we think is the best fit to represent the company.
And then after you've retained outside counsel for a litigation matter, does your role just become supervisory? Or what role do you have at that point?
I would say we remain involved. Obviously, as litigation progresses, there may be discovery requests and certain things that our outside counsel needs to rely on us as the internal resources, as the person most knowledgeable, and help coordinate the efforts to get the other maybe business or operational folks in contact with our outside counsel.
Well, I know at page 10 of the testimony, you're answering the questions posed at line 14 and 15. What general measures has gas company taken to manage and wherever possible reduce litigation expenses? And you say, beginning at line 18, qualified and experienced in-house counsel have been employed to provide legal advice, including taking steps to avoid or mitigate risk before lawsuits or litigation is initiated, and where appropriate to represent the company in litigated matters. So I'm wondering what and when that would be.
So on beginning on line 19, that is correct, provide legal advice. An example that comes to mind is in the HR context is helping craft and draft clear and concise policies and procedures for the company that hopefully may result in mitigating any potential legal exposures in that realm. As to where appropriate to represent the company in litigated matters, I would have to look into that and follow up with you.
Okay, you're not aware. I mean, have you engaged in any outside litigation for the company?
I have not entered an appearance on behalf of the company in a litigated matter. No, ma'am.
Okay. And basically, according to the testimony, the base period expenses were $1.1 million.
That sounds correct. Yes, ma'am.
Page 8, line 15.
Correct.
On page 13 of the testimony, a question posed at lines 11 and 12, are the base period litigation expenses pertaining to HR litigation reasonable and prudent? Your answer is yes. Do you all keep or do you all try to resolve or work on HR matters internally?
We do. We do.
And then again on page 14, it says at line 3, in some instances, it's necessary to intervene in proceedings that may set an important precedent applicable to gas company in future cases. Gas company retains qualified counsel and state regulatory proceedings. Do you all in-house do any of your own regulatory work?
Yes, we would monitor various regulatory proceedings, and if they met a certain threshold that we determine may warrant retaining qualified experienced outside counsel, we would do so to represent the company as needed.
Well, and I guess I'm thinking about maybe more routine. I mean, if you all had like compliance filings for a prior case, or you had something that you annual reports, those kind of things. I mean, does internal legal provide any oversight on that, or do you contract that out?
Yes, we do provide oversight in those instances.
Additionally, on page 15 at line 19, you say gas company participates in FERC rate cases filed by companies to protect the company's capacity rights. Is that in-house, or do you contract for outside counsel for those kinds of filings?
We contract for outside FERC experienced counsel.
Additionally, you go on to testify about the rate case expenses in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And on page 18 at line 15, you indicate the total projected rate case expenses for this case are $1.6 million, correct?
That is correct.
And you say it's for incremental expenses incurred by the company to provide notice, copying, costs of outside consultants, accounting firms, and attorneys, and preparing and litigating the case, correct?
That is correct.
And I think I asked Mr. Shell, but I'll go ahead and ask you, Mr. Jones. Since this case has been settled by stipulation, do you believe that the $1.6 million and the fact that it's stipulated, not litigated, is going to reduce that figure?
I believe that the rate case expenses, when it's all said and done, will be within the range of the projections. And that's my belief.
Well, it kind of goes contrary to that refrain that I seem to keep hearing over the years, that it's cheaper and more efficient to have a stipulated case than a litigated one, don't you think?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm not quite sure I have a direct answer to that. I conceptually could agree with that. And I would say that In this particular instance, we projected our rate case expenses as if it would be fully contested and fully litigated.
Has the company thought ever about handling its own rate case expenses?
I'm not aware of that, Madam Hearing Examiner.
You know, I don't think I see that in the testimony. Do you have in your testimony what your outside legal expenses are for this case?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is NMGC Exhibit LJN 7 that has a summary of the total projected future test year rate case expenses by category.
Well, for example, travel, meals, and lodging is estimated to be 60 grand, correct?
That is correct.
I don't think that cost is incurred, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't. I think that is a line item where having a remote hearing such as this, we may see a decrease. However, we're still within the range of our projections.
I also see an expense referred to on page 27 as GT Ortiz Energy Consulting LLC. You're familiar with that expense?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Mr. Ortiz Consulting Service providing advice and guidance on complex issues to which witnesses may testify in a rate case.
That is correct. That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Do you know exactly what was done?
Mr. Ortiz, is my understanding, has vast experience in assisting witnesses prepare for New Mexico PRC hearings in particular, and he assisted the company in the same.
And that's not something the legal department could provide information on?
I would say that Mr. Ortiz in particular, his experience is vast and valuable to the company, and there may be limits on what we may be able to do internally.
Okay. And witness prep is not within the purview of the legal contract with Kelleher and McLeod?
I would say that in part, yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct, but we believe that Mr. Ortiz provides additional value in that regard.
Okay. And also in your testimony, you were proposing to add 2 employees to the legal department, a compliance coordinator and a senior contracts analyst, correct?
That is correct.
Senior contract,
Analyst.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's correct, Mr. Jones?
That is correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And now with the stipulation, are you also going to defer those 2 positions, or do you get to hire your 2?
Yes, ma'am. We are going to defer those positions. Like the other departments, the need remains based on the increasing workload. But we believe with the internal resources that we currently have, we can reorganize and make do with what we have.
And in addition to your direct testimony, Mr. Jones, you also filed testimony in response to the June 6th bench request.
That is correct.
And I do not have any questions on your testimony in Gas Company Exhibit 24. Hearing Examiner Ryan, did you have questions for Mr. Jones?
Yeah, it's just a few.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Speaking of the responses to the bench requests, Mr. Jones, at page 3, beginning at line 11, you have a list of items that are explanatory as to why the stipulation didn't necessarily result in a decrease in rate case costs. And I wanted to ask some questions about some of those items listed there. One of them, the third in the list, is numerous alternative model runs. Can you please flesh that out and explain what are you referring to there when you say numerous alternative model runs?
So the model runs I would have to defer to witness Buchanan on, but my belief is that those model runs were necessary in light of the discovery requests that we received in this particular case.
So Mr. Buchanan would have more details about how the numerous alternative model runs resulted in increased rate case expenses.
About the runs of the model specifically, I believe that he would. I would say, I would add to that obviously there were administrative expenses that increased as along with those particular model runs and in preparing the responses to the discovery requests based on those runs.
All right, you said the next item was the increased number of interveners. I've read the 317 docket portions of it in any case, but were there more interveners this go around than there was last?
I believe so, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Do you believe that, or do you know that?
I know there were more interveners in this case than we've had in any prior case.
Okay. And then the last item there is the extensive settlement discussions. I'm cognizant of the fact that, we're not supposed to probe into the parties, but can you explain for me without the parties' intentions as to settlement, but maybe without getting into that, can you explain how these settlement negotiations were quote unquote extensive? I mean, was this more than normal?
I would characterize it as yes, based on the increased interveners and the parties involved in this particular matter, that made it a bit more complex maybe than we've experienced in the past.
Ms. Hurst was just asking you about the travel and expenses, and certainly the gas company must have known when Ms. Hurst had the pre-hearing in this matter that Zoom was going to be the path forward. I mean, or did the gas company did you suspect there would be a live hearing?
At the time the application was filed, we did. We projected, we accounted for the possibility there would be a live in-person hearing. Obviously, that has now changed, and accordingly, we've seen a decrease in that line item for travels, meals, and lodging as a result.
I have to ask the cost for Mr. Yardley's services in this case of $225,000. Is that typical for the type of service that he provides?
Yes, sir.
$250,000 is what that costs to do the FACOS and do all the work that he provided in this case.
I would say that Mr. Yardley is extremely knowledgeable about the issues involved in this case. He's well experienced in these particular types of matters. He's very familiar with the company and its business and operations, particularly its rate design. And so we believe that that was reasonable and prudently incurred.
I noticed when I was reading his testimony, I read his testimony from the last, from the 19-003-172, and I discovered that many of the paragraphs in his testimony, and I don't mean this as a critique, I mean, I realize the world is filled with copy and pasting, but it was that. It was a lot of copying and pasting. In fact, there were a whole series of pages where there was nothing but the same words that existed in the last go around. And I'm wondering, I suppose, was that appropriate? I guess if nothing has changed, I suppose you could answer yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would have to look into that and get back to you on that. I'm not familiar with the paragraphs that you're referencing in particular.
Okay. That's all for Mr. Jones or me, Ms. Hurst. Thank you.
Oh, I just have a follow-up on that. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Wright. Mr. Jones, was there an explicit agreement in the stipulation as to the rate case expenses for this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Haverly, any redirect for Mr. Jones?
And here, if I may have a moment to confer with my colleague here, Mr. Domi, before I answer that question, I'd appreciate it. Just 1 or 2 minutes if I could, please. Madam Hearing Examiner, I am going to ask a few questions on redirect.
Okay, why don't, yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, you've been asked several questions about the rate case expenses. Have you been keeping up with the rate case expenses in this case?
Yes.
Do you have the current, what I should say, current to date expenses that the company has paid in rate case expenses?
I would say that I have the billed expenses through yesterday, Monday, June 27th.
And what's the total number in that total?
Total number billed,
Yes.
that would be $1,233,864.39.
And
I'm
is
sorry,
the-
233,864.39.
Thank you, sir.
And do you have projections from the various folks in that make up the rate case expenses and the vendors and the experts for the remainder of the case?
I do.
Okay, how much is projected to be spent for the remainder of the case?
I believe that figure is $1,611,364.39.
Well, let me ask you this, is that the total projection for all expenses, or in terms of the total the company expects to pay for all rate case expenses, or is that just the amount that is left outstanding to be incurred?
That is the total expenses through the end of the rate case.
Okay.
Could you repeat the number? Sorry, I was quick. Can you say it again, please?
$1,611,364.39.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Jones, do you have just for the amount that hasn't been incurred but is projected to be incurred?
The estimated expenses through conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that figure would be $377,500.
And Mr. Jones, have some of the expenses gone up while others expenses gone down in the rate cases expenses as the case has gone on?
Yes, that would be a fair assessment.
Can you give us some examples of the costs that maybe are down from what was initially projected?
I can. An example would be travels, meals, and lodging, as well as several of the outside consultants are two areas that we have seen decreases.
Is Mr. Yardley anticipated to cost the full $225,000 currently?
Currently, no.
What is the projected expense for Mr. Yardley for completion of this case?
The total expenses are estimated to be at this juncture $194,100.
There's some costs that went up in this case compared to what you originally projected?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of those expenses that have gone up?
I can. Duplication, rate case documents, notices to customers, and just general administrative support in preparing the documentations for the filings of the case.
And do you have a belief or an opinion as to what caused those increased expenses compared to what was projected?
I do. My belief would be that that the extensive discovery requests and responses were a large driver in that increase.
Mr. Jones, I have another question. So there were a few questions about what the in-house counsel do in New Mexico Gas Company in terms of representing it. Do you all represent the internal lawyers, represent the gas company in contract negotiations and other matters?
Yes, we do. I would say that's a large portion of what I do day to day in my role.
Do the in-house counsel represent the company in mediations and informal dispute resolutions that don't actually get to a filed case?
Yes, that may happen.
I believe those are all the questions I have, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Do any of the parties have any questions based upon hearing examiner Ryan's questions, my questions, or Mr. Haverly's redirect? Hearing none. Hearing examiner Ryan, any further questions based upon the redirect?
Not at this time.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You are excused, subject to the provisional exhibit being filed in Dropbox. I believe we should take our afternoon recess. And gas company, I thought we had discussed having Dr. Moran appear first thing in the morning, but it looks like he's in the waiting room. So during your recess, you can uncross the wires, or we can go ahead and have him testify. So you can let us know. I have.
Well, I'll get back to you about hearing examiner. We'll have somebody available, and when we reappear.
Okay, I have 3:55. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is he really in there? Madam Hearing Examiner,
Mr. Dome.
my understanding is that Dr. Moran is available this afternoon and he's ready to go. So I think we'll go with Dr. Moran if that's okay with you.
Well, we kind of planned, since you said you wanted him first thing tomorrow, that's kind of how we have our head set.
Oh,
That we
okay.
want to review his testimony again.
No, ma'am, that's what we told you. That's what I thought. So I will handle this on my end. I'm fine with that. And I
Okay.
agree. That's what I told you. And a man of my word, we will stick with that plan.
Okay, very well.
I'll call him right now and tell him that.
Yeah, and I'll
So
remove
he-
him from the waiting room and it's kind of like getting thrown out of the bar or something. But
Yeah, let me talk to him first and then he'll pull out. So I'll
Sure.
talk to him. And then,
Okay.
so we'll go with Blotter and Buchanan. Is that what you want, Madam Hearing Examiner?
Yes, yes,
Blotter first?
yes, please.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Mr. Lee, can we go back on the record? Have we been on the record?
Been on the record.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly. We would like to call Jimmy Blotter as our next witness.
Very well. Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Ms. Blotter?
Can't hear Mr. Lee.
Ma'am, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Blotter, would you please state your full name for the record?
yes, Jimmy L. Blotter.
Ms. Blotter, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I am employed by New Mexico Gas Company as the VP of Finance.
As
Blotter.
the, I'm sorry, as the,
VP of Finance.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Blotter, in front of you, you have what has been marked as New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This was my direct testimony from December of 21.
And Ms. Blotter, was this testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Ms. Blotter, do you have any changes or corrections that you'd like to make to this testimony and exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Could you please tell us where or what corrections you may have?
Yes, I have two corrections. Both are to Exhibit JLB-3 that was attached to my testimony. They are correcting dates. The first one is in line number 4. That is a one-page exhibit. So on line 4 on that page, the original testimony contained May 4 of 2020. That should be corrected to April 30, 2020. The second correction that I have is to the same exhibit, line 5, again correcting a date. It was reported as May 3, 2021. I need to correct that to April 30, 2021.
Is that all the changes and corrections you have to the testimony?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Blotter, if I asked you the same questions as contained in New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 27, would you provide me with those same answers as corrected?
Yes, I would.
And would those answers be true and correct to the best of your belief and knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I will represent to you that the corrected version of Ms. Blotter's testimony was uploaded to the Dropbox per the hearing examiner's instructions. And with that, I would move for the admission of New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 27.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Ms. Blotter, the corrections that you made were why?
The references were to JLB Exhibit 3, and we misstated some dates on those in the original submission.
So April 30th was the actual filing date?
Yes.
Very well. Any objection, or no, there's not any objection. With regard to New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit number 27, Ms. Blotter's direct testimony as corrected by her here today, and with the non-objection agreement of the parties, as well as the verification that the corrected version of Exhibit 27 has been placed in Dropbox, Gas Company Exhibit number 27 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. With that, I tender the witness for further examination.
Very well. I have a few questions. How are you doing, Ms. Blotter?
I am doing well. How are you, Madam Hearing Examiner?
I'm well, thank you. I'd like to take a look beginning at your testimony on page 8. And you were answering a question on page 8 posed on page 7 at lines 12 through at line 12 to briefly discuss the increase in gas company expenses. And the second bullet point on that page at line 9 says, third, the company has undertaken initiatives that have and will result in decreases to O&M, such as a review of how it accounts for administrative and general expenses to more accurately reflect operation. So I guess I'd like to know how a review of the accounting for that expense is gonna save money.
Certainly. So when we think about what we call an A&G study, which evaluates how much of various people, primarily in the A&G functions, such as myself, spend on capital related items. Basically, there's a study that we undertook under the advice of a consultant to determine how much time various individuals that make up our A&G labor spend related to capital, and then in turn to be able to capitalize that portion of the labor more accurately.
Are you saying A&G?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you.
So basically you're saying that you undertook a study on how much time people in the A&G group spent on a particular function, and then just by knowing how much time that you spent on it, on a particular function in that group, that's going to save you money?
Well, it saves O&M in that labor then gets capitalized into our capital projects.
So the decrease in O&M really isn't it's shifting it to some other category, right?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay, so it's not like it's an actual, we became more efficient and 5 people could do what 6 people used to do.
Correct.
And what other initiatives are going to result in a decrease to O&M?
You know, that's a very good question. We continually look at our various operations, and when it's possible, we try to identify ways to become more efficient. That might be in the form of stopping an action, or it might be in the form of improving efficiencies related to something. So it would be, in our particular situation, a collection of small activities that go on, but it is something that we regularly look at within our company.
Well, I mean, are there like any hard, like hard determinations or rules like, okay, we really need to cut down on copier cost? Or, you know, we use way too much paper, so, you know, henceforth, you know, each division is limited to X, you know, X boxes of paper a year, something like that.
It can be those types of initiatives. In fact, we very recently undertook a series of ideation sessions.
I'm sorry, a series of what sessions?
Let me rephrase that. We recently did an ideation, IDEATION, ideation session with managers and above to identify ways that we could save costs. And interestingly, here, Madam Hearing Examiner, printing and associated ink and paper costs were a highlight that was raised out of that.
And generally, can you explain to me the next bullet point? It said, fourth, due to continuing requirements of our business, we are proposing adding 32 new positions. What were you referring to, the continued requirements of your business?
This would be the 32 positions that you have been talking with several of our witnesses about. Since the 32 positions are brought up in other witnesses' testimony, this is just meant to be a summary bullet to point to the concept of what others are talking about in more detail.
Okay. You refer on page 11 of your testimony. It's continued from page 10. The question posed at line 15, what affiliate charges is gas company seeking in this case? And under this first bullet, it's information and technology and security services. And on page 11, you say, and the support and maintenance of the SAP Enterprise Resources Program. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
What is an SAP Enterprise Resource Program?
So SAP is the software that we use for what we would call our ERP system. So this is a broad-based system that covers anything from accounting to accounts payable to payroll. It's a broad-based system.
And is it unique to gas company, or since, well, actually must not be.
It is not.
Because are you paying TECO for this?
Yes, we are.
The second bullet point on page 11, corporate and related services.
Yes.
It says major services support from executives of TECO and Emera. That's your testimony?
Yes.
What major services are executives from an affiliate in the parent company providing for gas company?
Sure, there is some amount of oversight or administrative type support that comes from our various parents. So as you likely are aware, our immediate parent is TECO, which in turn is owned by Emera. And so these are various supports from executives at those levels.
But don't you have all these vice president positions and board positions within gas company to supervise and direct the company?
Yes, we do. And certainly the majority of the direction, the day-to-day running of the business is certainly done by the local executives.
But you can't specifically tell me something that you have categorized as a major services support from these outside executives?
So it would be, like I say, just executive type support for the business.
Can you refer me to your exhibit and tell me how much that is?
Give me a moment, please. So if I were to look, I'm looking at my exhibit JLB-5, and I'm on page 12 of 13. And if you look at the bottom of that page, you can see other corporate at row 176 through
I'm sorry, other corporate
other corporate
at row.
176 to 178. And you can see there that for the future test year, which is column F, the amount is 1,487,593.
And so is there a separate entry for TICO executives?
I believe that is the primary that is identified specifically as executive. We certainly do get things, if you were to look at, say, page 1 of the exhibit, you can see things like some amount coming through for VP General Counsel. So there may be small portions in other areas, but that would be the primary one that's related to executives.
So basically, in that particular reference for JLB 5, page 1 of 13, under the line 8. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that category is salaries and non-labor expenses, including administrative support for TICO General Counsel, and that's projected to be $56,142.
Correct.
So basically, to understand that gas company is going to pay $56,142 to TICO to help pay their general counsel.
Yes, that is the way that this is set up. The piece that I'm not sure of is whether that is representative of one person or multiple people within that area.
Okay. So in addition to your, how many people are in your legal department?
Well, I don't think that I know for sure. I believe we have 3 attorneys on staff right now.
Well, I just met Mr. Jones,
And
who's
Ms.
a,
Nash,
right, who's adopting the testimony of Ms. Nash. And I know
General
Miss,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't have 2 people talking at once.
and the third,
our general counsel, Nicole Strausser.
okay. And the first reference you made to page 12 of 13 of JLB 5, line 178, the category is corporate responsibility. The description is Amera allocations, primarily executive allocations, shared benefit services, in parenthesis, PSP / LTI. What does that mean?
So those actually reference the short-term incentive plans that you were speaking with witness Wilcox about.
Oh, okay. And then it says asset usage, and then you directed us to line 178 under the 2023 test year budget, and an amount of $1,487,593. That's what gas company would pay to the parent company executive.
And it's for all of those elements that you read out, right? Whether it's the executive allocation, the shared services benefits, and the asset usage fees. So it's for all of those combined.
Okay, so it's not just for, going back to the bullet point at line 11, it's not just for the executive of Amera?
That's correct.
It's for more than the executive of Amera.
Right. It is for all of those items that are identified.
Well, the only one that doesn't look to be a benefit, an incentive or a payment, is the asset usage, correct? So you're telling me that part of this going to Amera is for an asset usage allocation, correct?
So what this is saying is that it represents Amera allocations, which would be related to executive allocation, but then there's a comma there, right? So it's that portion, and then the shared services benefits, which would include the incentives, and then also the asset usage fees. So those are all of the elements that are represented inside of that 1,400,000.
Do you know what particular asset from Amera that it's referencing?
So these are coming specifically from Tampa Electric. So the asset usage would actually be coming from Tampa Electric. And I would expect that these are the same asset usage fees that you spoke with witness Sanders about.
Mr. Howerly, consider that a bench request. I'd like a verification of that those are in fact the same asset management fees that the prior witness spoke about.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly, Ms. Blotter. If we could look at page 14. In your testifying in response to the question posed at line 9, what affiliate charges are allocated to gas company under the CAM? Would you define CAM?
Sure, it is a cost allocation manual.
And so you answer beginning on line 11, the allocated charges are those charges that have not been direct charged or assessed as discussed above. The determined allocated costs are gathered and charged to affiliates that benefit from such services using the MMM. Can you define an MMM?
Yes, I can. It is a modified Massachusetts method.
Okay. The MMM is the standard methodology utilized for this purpose and is based on a blended rate of each operating affiliate's total operating assets, excluding cash and acquisition adjustments, comma, including goodwill. My question to you is, comma, including goodwill, just to confirm means you're also excluding the goodwill, correct?
Yes. Yes, it does. Thank you for that clarification.
Well, you didn't need it. I needed it.
Thank you for that. It's an important part of that.
Well, so, let me just ask you generally, since you're the vice president of finance, were you involved in the decision to make the change from how the shared services costs were assessed in a pre-2021 and a post-2021 method?
You're talking specifically about the shared assets?
Yes.
Yes, I was involved in that decision.
Can you tell me a little bit more about why it was done one way and you know, and now it's done differently?
I can give you my perspective on that.
Okay.
So on a historical basis, Tampa Electric had these various assets on their books that were software related assets. SAP is a good example of that. Other shared systems where multiple entities are able to access the same software. I don't know the original reason why they were all on Tampa Electric's books, but that is the situation that we were under. And because those were assets that we were using, we wanted to have a greater level of control over those. And so we worked with the other affiliates to see if we could get buy-in across the various affiliates to have these on each affiliate's books. And so that buy-in was agreed upon, and for implementation purposes, we agreed to do this on a go-forward basis, and thus the reason why in 21 we began to book these what we call split assets onto our books.
And why was it more lucrative to what? I guess I'm just trying to figure out why didn't you go back and split it before that?
Oh, sure. The reason that I was not a proponent of splitting the assets that already existed was that we would be taking assets that were at various stages of depreciation. So, you know, I believe Mr. Sanders spoke about a 15-year software life. So with each project that was implemented at various stages, you would have these projects at different stages in their depreciable lives. And we would have grouped all of those together. And then I would have had to have written a check to Tampa Electric for those amounts. And to avoid doing that, and for simplicity's sake, if you will, of the implementation, we decided to do this, what I would say is in a more clean fashion, and started this practice with new assets, but let the old assets continue on the pathway that they were already on.
So the part of the decision didn't necessarily have to do with some accounting rule or requirement.
No, in my mind, it really was to keep the process clean and to avoid having to write a larger check at one moment in time.
Okay. Let's move on to page 16 of your testimony, and at line 6 and 7, the question was posed. How did gas company determine its affiliate charges for the future test year? And you say at line 10, gas company reviewed and analyzed the forecast and determined these costs are reasonable, and that gas company cannot duplicate these services at a lower cost than what its shared services providers are charging. How did you make this determination?
That's a very good question. There certainly is an element of judgment that is involved in that. So the way that we undertake our shared services review is that the business managers receiving the service inside of New Mexico Gas Company evaluate the shared services that are projected for the upcoming year. And in the course of that evaluation, we evaluate both the types of services that we're receiving, as well as the projected dollars that will be associated with those services. And managers here at New Mexico Gas Company then go through and review all of those and make sure that they are comfortable with those, and in turn supply to my department actually their agreement with those charges or not. And in the course of that, there are questions that may go back and forth between whether that's Tampa or Ameris, so whoever is the provider of said shared services. Questions can happen to make sure that we are in understanding of what services are to be provided. And then I expect our managers to be well aware of what reasonable salaries might be, for example. So one of the shared services that my department receives is some expertise on GAAP reporting. And we certainly have a controller, a manager over our general ledger who are very competent and do the vast majority of our GAAP analysis. But we do need the occasional expertise on that. And it is less expensive for us to reach out to our affiliate in Florida for that service than to maintain a full-time employee on our staff whose only job is to do that. So those are the types of analyses that are done internally.
Okay, and I guess I was just wondering, so for example, if there's a research avenue that you or your managers might take to make that kind of evaluation, that you could go to. I seem to recall hearing years ago in I think one of the engineers testifying on depreciation, and there was like some kind of manual that they could go to, and they could get a pretty good idea of costs of things and salvage value and whatever, and I wondered if there, was any resource like that or people resource that, contacts, for example, if you were looking for software, I'm sure there's probably a consultant that evaluates software, or something, and whether or not you would actually utilize something like that.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I am not aware of a one-stop source, if you will, for that type of information. However, I do believe that in the day-to-day process of managing our business, we do become aware of things such as vendors reaching out and pitching us on different alternatives and things like that. So I do believe in the course of our managers performing their jobs that they do become aware of what is going on in the marketplace.
Well, and that sort of leads into my next question on your testimony at page 18. The question posed at lines 18 and 19, please describe how a gas company complies with paragraph 28B of the Emera stipulation. And you begin your answer on line 20. As a team, we consider what services can be provided in-house as opposed to from an affiliate. We provide services within New Mexico where feasible and cost effective. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And my question is, well, okay, what kind of process do you use? How would you know? I mean, if you needed some service, how would your managers, how would you figure out whether or not it's available locally? I mean, do you ever do bids? Or what would be that process?
Sure. For the most part, many of our shared service functions are related to labor. So it's related to a person doing something. And so a lot of the conversation internally comes back to, could we do this better or more efficiently if we had it here? And so again, it comes back to a little bit of a homegrown review as opposed to going out for an RFP bid. But it is a conversation that we have regularly to make sure that we are trying to keep as many jobs here in New Mexico as we can. And yet also making sure that we are managing our business in a cost-effective way for our customers.
Well, I know on page 20 of your testimony at line 4, you say in many areas, we believe gas company provides a better quality service than can be obtained from affiliates, such as your call center and customer service, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you provide that as a shared service to the parent company or affiliate?
We do not on a regular basis. I believe there was one instance prior to my joining the company where our call center did provide shared services to Tampa. I believe that their call center was wiped out probably due to a hurricane. And so we were able to step in and help fill a gap. But that is not necessarily something that we do on an ongoing basis.
Do you provide any shared service to affiliates or the parent company on an ongoing basis?
Yes, we do. There are two primary examples. One is related to IT and some help desk or service desk support that we provide on a regular basis. We also provide both accounting and some gas control functions to the Emera Brunswick pipeline.
Do you provide any to Emera or TECO?
So TECO would be the IT desktop, and then Emera Brunswick pipeline is a sub of Emera, but not necessarily directly to Emera on a regular basis.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask about your testimony on page 19. The question posed at lines 10 and 11, please describe how gas company complies with paragraph 28C of the Emera stipulation. And at line 13, you say, Gas company continues to emphasize the use of direct charges, but in many instances, assessments or allocations under the CAM are the best way to spread costs amongst all of the affiliates receiving services. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Why? Why are you emphasizing direct charge?
So direct charges are good when we have people who are working directly for us. So we would like to realize that to the extent that there is that direct connection of services specifically provided to us.
So is it an account, for accounting purposes, it's more transparent, or?
I do believe that that is true. I could tell you that one of the reasons that we do it is to make sure that we are compliant with the Amera stipulation that specifically called for that.
I also wanted to ask you about your testimony on weighted average cost of capital. And on page 23, you say at line 1, gas company's cost of debt was 3.15% for the base period. Gas company then made an adjustment to incorporate the amount and rate of debt issuance planned in February of 2023, which resulted in an average cost of debt of 3.29%. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
What's a planned debt issuance for?
So that would be to fund the continuing operations of the business. So as we do things like make capital investments, in particular, the company requires additional capital to come into the business to fund those.
Do you still think that that planned issuance is going to come off at that rate?
That's a very good question. So there are a couple of elements that I think could ultimately influence that, and we will see as we proceed down through. The rising interest rate environment that we are in certainly is one. So that is something that we continue to watch. As you will likely be talking with Witness Buchanan about in the cost of service for the stipulation, we presented this debt issuance with the same expected interest rate. But that will be something that we need to navigate through the market carefully. We may end up having to do something like issue the debt with a shorter maturity in order to achieve the interest rate. But those are elements that we believe we can manage through. The specific timing of the debt issuance will also, will be sensitive to what the specific business needs of the company are, and make sure that we issue that debt timely.
And also as it relates to that issuance on page 25 of your testimony, beginning at line 8, the company decided not to use its actual capital structure and is instead proposing an imputed capital structure consisting of 47% long-term debt and 57 or 53% equity in the development of its future test year revenue requirement. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And and the capital structure that was agreed to in the stipulation was 52% equity and 48% debt.
That is correct.
Is that your actual capital structure?
That would be an imputed capital structure. However, if you took our actual capital structure and removed goodwill, you would arrive at those percentages.
What do you believe your actual capital structure is?
When I think about my actual capital structure, I view it as the 48 and 52%.
But that includes goodwill.
It excludes goodwill.
Excludes. What would it be if you included goodwill?
If you included goodwill, our equity would be at 67%.
What's the amount of goodwill?
$408 million. Would you like an exact amount on that, Madam Hearing Examiner?
No, that's close enough. Does that increase or decrease?
It holds steady.
And why did the company choose to use the imputed? Was it because of the goodwill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh. Page 31 of your testimony. The question posed at line 8, please describe how the future test year balances were developed for materials and supplies. And you begin your answer on line 10. And your answer says, gas company utilized a 13-month average balance for materials and supplies included in the adjusted base period as balances in the future test year revenue requirements. That's your test.
Included in the adjusted base period.
As the balances in the future test year revenue requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I probably should know this, but I need you to tell me, Ms. Blotter, why do we use a 13-month average and not a 12-month average?
So the typical future test year requirements related to rate base items require a 13-month average, and that's the reason why we did that.
Why do you think that would make a difference over an annual balance or annual projection?
Sure, one, it's what the future test year rule requires. But two, if you're thinking about a projection of a balance sheet item, I do not find it unreasonable to take an average of multiple periods to arrive at that amount.
Well, I'm just wondering, from you're a CPA, correct?
Yes, I am.
And I just wondered from an accounting perspective, if that's something accountants normally do. I thought everything was pretty much, annualized.
Yeah, this comes close to annualizing. I find it to be a nuance in the future test year regulation, but it's one that I don't necessarily find troubling to use 13 months instead of 12.
Do you think it's more accurate?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Very, very well. I appreciate that. That's all the questions that I have for you. Hearing Examiner Ryan, you have a question for Ms. Blotter?
So, Ms. Hurst, what I'd like to do at this point is just recess and to answer that question tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Because my brain has had it.
Thank you.
It has been. I commend you for your diligence with Ms. Blotter. You're doing quite well there, Ms. Hurst. I was impressed that it's not me at this moment. It is 5, and I am feeling that. So.
Okay. Very well, sir. I appreciate that, and subject to not hearing any objection, which I don't think there'll be. I think we can come back tomorrow, and I think if you have questions for Ms. Blotter, we can ask those, and then after the conclusion of witness Blotter, we can go ahead and have Dr. Morin
Exactly.
And I believe that still would give us the only thing we need to get witness O'Donnell in tomorrow. And because he's at any time on Wednesday, but not Thursday. So the only thing I'm feeling a bit uncertain about, Mr. Gould, is my when I answered your question about Mr. Gorman being tomorrow, I'm just a little hesitant that if he needs to be on tomorrow, then we'll take we'll figure out some accommodation. Otherwise, I think there's a potential he could slip to Thursday morning. I'm trying to hedge my bet there.
Well, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I did contact him after we had our conversation earlier today. He is available from 1:30 Mountain Time on through the rest of the afternoon.
Okay.
And maybe we can just figure it out in the morning, and I'll send him another email then when we might have a better idea. But he is totally available on Thursday as well.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to be,
Sure.
I realize, witness,
He's got
obviously
plenty
this
to
is-
do. He won't be hanging around if I tell him.
right. I was going to say, obviously this is, really important to a lot of us. And, but I realize people have lives and get tired and
Well,
etc.
he has some other cases he's preparing, but he's not conflicted by having any hearings.
Okay, but like I say, I just know that that we need to get Mr. O'Donnell in because of the time constraint. And so we'll reevaluate after lunch tomorrow and see where we are.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And so I guess I should just say then, for purposes of witness order, just to alert, there you are, Ms. Norval, that we will entertain FEA witness O'Donnell tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
To make sure that he gets in and it. So with that, unless we have any other procedural matters, we will recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll get back on the Zoom. We didn't have much to discuss this morning, so let's make it 5 till. In case there's any procedural matters or logistical things that we need to discuss. And otherwise, I hope everyone has a very nice evening. And